That's all right. I'll fix it.
So you were gonna complain about somebody leaving their cord out, sure.
Yeah, he was about to yell at me.
Oh yeah, he was 8.
Like this.
Yeah.
There are at least 2 teams that play them here every year, sometimes 3 or 4.
Check 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Good morning. I can't hear myself, but here we are. Welcome to day 2 of the kicker. I don't have anything. You hear me?
I do.
Welcome to day 2 of the 97.7. I got it now. 97.7 media days. This is our first attempt at media days, and yesterday was such a successful day. What did you think about it, Jerry?
Oh, it was a good day, and I think everything went well, and it's only going to get better the more years we do this. And we got a big guest today. I'm excited about our opening guest, Coach Savar.
Well, he has granted us an interview on the radio after his talk. He's going to come over. He's got to get away, going to New Orleans this afternoon, and he's got a man that's in demand all over the Southeast because of what they have done at the Alabama High School Athletic Association. As I told him, when the association was created, you know, he's only the 4th director. But when the association was created, it was something that was much needed in the state of Alabama, and each director has added something new and better. And as we heard yesterday, Coach Washburn and his group created the Final Four. Whereas in the past it had only been a mythical high school championship, except 2 years when Lee and Lanier played for the state championship. But Coach Savar has taken us to a new level.
He's done a great job, and he's had a lot of tough situations, but he dealt with every one of them pretty well.
Yes, he has, and they have some investigators now that they've never had before, because, you know, one of the things that he's told me is that if a kid lives in a community, he should play in that community and not be recruited by somebody else, because that's where he's going to live. And you know, for the most of the kids that play, like we talked about yesterday, are not going to go to college. They're going to go back and go to work in their community.
That's right. All right, D-Mark Mitchell is now on the podium, I believe.
Yeah, he's not ready yet.
Not quite ready. Okay.
And we're in the last hour of On the Mark, and
got to tell you, we do have 3 big guys that real big parts of high school football: Coach Washburn, Coach Savar, and Alvin Briggs, who was a.
All right, good morning, everybody.
And D-Mark Mitchell.
Welcome to Kicker High School Media Days here, 2018, brought to you and presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. And, of course, iHeart Radio. We're glad to have everyone with us this morning. This is day 2 of our media days here, our first annual media days here in East Alabama, and we're glad to have all our media here in attendance again today. We appreciate the coverage yesterday from our print media, our social media, as well as our good partners in television. So glad to have everybody here. And, of course, we also appreciate Southern Union for allowing us to use the Southern Room and our great partners that help present this nice 2-day event. Gentry and Ware, Guthrie's Fried Chicken, Watson Brothers, Patio and Hart, First South Farm Credit, and, of course, our main partner, the Orthopedic Clinic. Today's schedule, we'll have another fine lineup. We'll start out with a special guest from Coach Savar, and we'll get to Coach in just a second. Then we'll have Dadeville, Springwood, Lafayette, Notasulga, Central, Valley. We'll have a segment with the Orthopedic Clinic, and we'll end with Opelika High School. So another good day we're expecting today here at East Alabama Media Days. Yesterday we kicked off our Media Days with a special guest with Coach Dan Washburn, and I call him Coach because that's what I know him as, Coach. And neither are coaching now, but in my world, if you were a coach and you retire or not coaching, you're still coach to me. So we started with Coach Washburn yesterday. We were very pleased to have you, Coach, with us again this morning, and you did a great job yesterday. And this morning we're very pleased to have 3 special guests from the Alabama High School Athletic Association, Mr. Jamie Lee, Mr. Alvin Briggs, and, of course, Coach Steve Savar. And I'll let Coach talk about those gentlemen when he gets up here. But I'd like to tell you a little bit about our special guest this morning that's going to start off our media days. Is Coach Savar. Coach Savar has had an interesting journey in his career. A lot of people don't know, but he started his coaching career, I believe, in Kansas. Is where he started, and returned back to Alabama at Inslee, I think was his first head coaching job here. in Alabama. A lot of people may remember Coach Savar was our neighbor in 1985. He lived in Alexander City and coached the Benjamin Russell Wildcats. And that's where I started meeting Coach Savar and understood that he was the real deal and that he knew how to coach the game and knew how to play the game. And his team was going to be very well represented. But Coach Savar stayed at Benjamin Russell in Alex City for 12 years, moved on to another wonderful place where he won 77 games in 7 years, and my Opelika math tells me that's 11 a year, which is not bad, Coach. There at Daphne, I think there might have been a win or two over Opelika in that. And he won the state championship. His team won the state championship in 2001 at Daphne, made the playoffs every year, played for the championship 2 other times, finishing second place and winning one state championship. Coach Savar retired, moved on to McGill-Tulane for 3 years, where he won 25 more ball games in 3 years. Moved on to succeed Coach Dan Washburn as executive director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Coach Savar has done an incredible job of taking the association, as I call it, into the next century, into the future. Coach Washburn started that step. Of course, it probably, as Coach Washburn would say, Mr. Harper and Bubba Scott and Mr. Clip Harford prior to that started it. And Coach Savar has done a tremendous job moving it into the next, as I say, the next world, the future. And with no further ado, I bring my good friend, and we appreciate him and his crew driving from Montgomery, Coach Steve Savar.
It's great to be in Opelika. I always enjoy our time in Opelika. I have such great friendships in Opelika, Auburn area. And D-Mark, I've known you for a long time, and I always knew it was a good night when we got to hear D. Mark Mitchell on the radio. True story. I used to tell our kids whenever we played in Opelika, their reward on the way home, if we were victorious, we would turn on the kicker and listen to D. Mark Mitchell. That's a true story. In 1 year, I will never forget it. It was just like God made it perfect. We were there, and we happened to have a successful night at Opelika. Mr. Washburn, you were there on the sideline watching me, as always, and you were there on the sideline, and we were both undefeated. They had the best defense supposedly in the state, and that night we probably had one of our best nights. And we turn on the radio, the kids got on the bus and they go, kicker, kicker, kicker. They were chanting it on the bus. We turned it on, and who did we hear? D. Mark Mitchell. And what did he say? We just can't beat them. And when he said that, the kids went crazy. And it wouldn't have mattered if we'd have played another game the whole year. We just had a great night. Again, D-Mark has been great for high school athletics. He's done so much for so many people. Thanks for being a great servant. I'm going to brag on you again when I brag on you and Ron Anders regarding the Super 7. But I want to say something about my predecessors in the position that I've had. I thought almost 12 years ago when I started this job, I knew a lot. What I really found out is I knew very little. And the 6 months I spent with Mr. Washburn when he tutored me was probably the most valuable lesson. Nobody succeeds Dan Washburn, they follow Dan Washburn. Bubba Scott was the same way. Mr. Washburn would tell you that the reason the Alabama High School Athletic Association has a sound foundation it does today is because the people who have worked there, not only Dan Washburn and Bubba Scott, but all the assistant directors who have worked there and continue to work there. We have a wonderful organization. Not one person who has ever worked there truly does not support the concept of educational athletics. So I'm humbled and proud to have worked and continue to work about the 2018-19 school year. for a lot of reasons. We've had a little change in our office. We have 2 of our changes I brought here today that I'm so proud of these young people. Everybody's young to me. I'm very proud of these young people because they are now going to continue to elevate our association. Alvin Briggs, who's the new Associate Executive Director of the High School Athletic Association, graduated, played for Auburn University, was an outstanding player both in high school and collegiately. He's going to do great things with the organization. Jamie Lee, who replaces Alvin as Director of the Coaches Association, he's another graduate of Auburn University. He will do an outstanding job. We've been watching Jamie for a long time, and we knew when this position became available, he would be a great person to continue to develop our coaches in our state. D-Mark has limited me on my time. I'd really like to talk for a long time, and I will give you a chance to ask any questions. But I want to say one other thing. I cannot thank the cities of Opelika and Auburn enough for helping us facilitate the Super 6 into the Super 7. Y'all don't realize that man right there, D-Mark Mitchell, along with Ron Anders, sat at our board table along with representatives from Tuscaloosa. They put together the concept of the Super 7, and everywhere that I go, there's nowhere that I've been, and I take absolutely no credit for it, that say it was brilliant what y'all did for football in the state of Alabama with the Super 7 rotating it between the universities. Now Mississippi has followed us, South Carolina has followed us, other states around the country have followed that same concept. But it wouldn't have happened without Ron Anders and D-Mark Mitchell, because they were the first persons to come see us regarding that concept. So I'm very grateful for those communities. We look forward, we'll be at Auburn this year in December. We kick off our season on August the 23rd with our Champions Challenge. They'll talk about those games. They're coming up. We're really excited. We have volleyball, cross country, swimming, and football all start August 6th. So it's an exciting time of year for us. But you know who it's really exciting for? As I look over and watch Dadeville over there and I see Coach White, it's exciting for those kids. Because those kids have waited and worked as hard as they can work in every sport to get ready to participate. Remember, 95% of our kids are never going to play past high school. But I can tell you this, those 3 right there will never forget that guy sitting in that chair right there who barely can get up out of that chair right now. They will not be able, they will never forget Coach White, ever. They might not be able to remember their first grade teacher, but they'll always remember him. And that's why we're really excited about starting our year off for all of our kids. And we're looking forward to a great 18-19 for the 150,000 student athletes we represent and the 414 member high schools. Does anybody have any questions you'd like to ask me before I introduce our other guest? Well, I'm glad you have no questions for me then. I was going to get out of here with no questions. Well, you know, if you don't get the mic fixed, you don't get any questions.
Coach, would you mind expanding on instant replay? I know that's new this year.
Thank you for that question. We were provided an experiment by the National Federation of High Schools, who is our parent organization, regarding instant replay. There are 5 states in the United States that were provided experiments. Each one of us have a different concept. I'll equate it to the overtime rule in high school football. When the overtime rule, we used to have, games used to end in a tie in high school. So what they did, they gave states an experiment. they adopted the Kansas plan. The Kansas overtime procedure is the one we use today. They're doing the same thing with instant replay. Minnesota last year started their experiment, and they only did it in the championship game. We will have instant replay in the championship game. We started it last week in our All-Star game. And it provides us a platform first for our officials. Our officials, I could talk about them all day because of their servitude, but the number of our officials is declining. And the reason the number of our officials is declining is because many times of the abuse they take. Look, they want to get the call right. And the National Federation 3 years ago passed a rule that allows coaches on the sideline to have video analysis. Never could we have video analysis before that. So now everybody on the field is able to analyze the play instantaneously, but one group, the officials. So if we have that technology, why not use it? It'll start out primitive. We'll probably overturn very few calls, but if we can overturn the egregious call, that's what we're trying to do. And the one thing I can tell you is we're no worse off than we were before if we don't use it. I mean, if they choose not, if we do use it and we don't overturn it, we're no worse off than if we didn't have that opportunity. And our officials are excited about it. They've studied it. They studied the application. They want the tools to get the calls right. We don't have the technology yet to make it so inexpensive that you can put 10 cameras around the field, but one day, you know, who would have dreamt we'd have had these and you could do what you could do with these. When I started 12 years ago, we didn't have these, Mr. Washburn. Look at today. You have more technology in this phone than the first space shuttle. Well, as we move forward, where are we going to be 12 years from now? Do we want to be experimenting 12 years from now? No. We want to have the best concept at that time. So that's what Alabama's doing. And we're glad we're at the forefront. I'd rather be at the forefront than following someone else.
What can you do? How widespread will it be during the regular season? Is it one of those where schools will be in, some schools will be doing it, some will not?
We gave every school the option. We will have it mandatory at the finals. When we play state championships, we will have it. And Auburn is, one of the reasons we partnered with DV Sport is because DV Sport does all the collegiate and professional games. So all their equipment is already in our stadiums where we play. Well, DV Sport will be at Auburn. They will run the instant replay for us just like they do for a collegiate football game. So we'll have the fan experience on the board. How widespread is it? Right now, we only have 25 schools that have bought the equipment and signed up. We think it will increase. I heard a coach say the other day, if you don't have it, you'll wish you had it before the end of the year. But we do understand it does cost about $3,000. That's a lot of money to a high school, but I see schools pay $20,000 for a headset. We think that $3,000 will be a great investment, and I know some of the schools in this area have purchased it.
What's the procedure for, what is the outline of your?
Yes, sir. I'm probably not the expert, but I'll give you my best overview. Basically, every school is allowed 2 challenges, and they'll have a red flag similar to the NFL. If their challenge is overturned, if it overturns the official's call, they still have 2 challenges. If not, they'll be charged a timeout, and they lose the challenge. And basically, you can challenge any call with, and there's a couple of caveats to this, but you can challenge any call where there's not a flag. So I can't challenge a pass interference call, but I can challenge a fumble. I can challenge out of bounds. I can challenge whether it's a catch or not. I can challenge whether it was a good spot or not. But can I challenge whether the official had good judgment? There is no judgment challenge.
Do the schools have to have a video board to review it, or is it some other type of equipment?
iPad.
Okay.
It's an iPad is all it is. And that's what, and once you buy the iPad, that's what, there's software in this iPad specific to the instant replay. Then once you buy that, then your price each additional year is only $1,000. So it costs you $3 the first, $1,000 the second, but that initial cost is because you have that apparatus that reviews the plays for you. But it's basically, we wanted it, and I do this for myself, especially having grandchildren. Are you smarter than a fifth grader technology? That's what we do. So my grandkids call me Coachy. So if Coachy can do it, anybody can do it. And what we wanted the nomenclature on there to be, that it would be so simple that anybody can touch and say, review the previous play. And that it'll only go back and play. And then how many angles you have, you can just hit the angles like this. And I really would encourage you to, I know Phoenix City is using it. You might want to go to Phoenix City and watch how they do it. Champions Challenge, when we have the Champions Challenge in 2 weeks, and Alvin's probably better at answering these questions than me as he's over football. And, but we're really excited. We had 2 challenges the other night, and it confirmed the officials got the call right. And I remember the coach, and I know Coach White, you have always agreed with the officials' decisions. I understand that. I know. So the first time Coach White calls me on the phone and says, Coach, we got this call. I'm going to say, well, you got replay? Show it to me. And here's what we want. We want the data. We want, the reason we have one provider is in our contract, they have to provide us every review. And we can see them. Now we can teach our officials by that data how they got the call right or they got the call wrong. So that data to me is more worthwhile than even during the game. And then we can show the National Federation X percentage of calls are right by our officials. And so we think it's going to be a positive experience. We'll continue to grow. We're allowed up to 3 years. We hope we have 3 years of experiment to get 3 years of data.
You mentioned that some schools may not be able to afford it. How do you equal the playing field if one school can afford it because they have money, because they have donors, whatever the case is, versus a school that just can't afford the technology? How do you try to level that playing field? Well,
it's just like whether you have one type of shoulder pads or another type of shoulder pads. If a school has it, both schools have to be able to use it. So for example, if a school that maybe has more resources is playing one with less, if they bring it, the other school has to be able to review it too. So they get the benefit of that school that has more resources. If neither school has it, there's just no replay.
What is a catch?
What is a catch?
He was saying, what is a catch? We're listening.
That's one of those media questions right there. What is a catch right there?
This is Scott Fields from the Opelika Auburn News.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Steve. How are you doing today?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I wanted to talk to you about the modification for the kicking game that you all passed yesterday.
Sure.
Can you talk a little bit about the decision that's gone into that for the non-varsity football?
Yes. I'll use the quote one of our board members used yesterday. Oh, Coach, we've been doing this for years. I told him that's a violation. And what is happening, let's take collegiate football. How did they modify the kickoff? Do you know the new rules collegiately? When you watch your first college football game, you're going to see it. And when you watch your first college football game, on a kickoff now, if they fair catch, you know how everybody's pooch kicking on the kickoff right now? When they fair catch, they move the ball to the 35-yard line. Well, everybody's concerned about safety and the time that you spend on kicking games. NFL has changed their kickoff rules. Collegiately has changed theirs. We are starting, because of safety reasons, for those schools that don't have enough time to really work on that kicking game. Data shows us that's where most injuries are occurring. So now we had a committee together that looked at that and put those modifications in place. If you have more time to work on it, you can agree to follow the rules. If you don't, we want those younger kids that you're just putting out there that don't know enough about the game, you have a chance to modify it by letting them kick and making it non-live, moving the ball so many yards, or not kicking at all and placing it there. Both schools must agree to that. Good question.
Yeah, it was a good question. One more, all right?
I don't know about this guy. I don't know if I take questions from Robert. Now, I just know.
Let me ask you a technology question about the wiring and the question. Small schools, limited funding. What is the minimum number of cameras that they have to have on the field where
they can have one, and then it even is less expensive. They can use the same camera they're filming the game with. You don't have to buy any new cameras. And even an additional camera, they have technology's unbelievable. They have little bullet cameras you can put on your pylons. We used them in the All-Star game. You can put them on your pylons at $60. So you can go where you want to go with it, or you can just take the one camera, because let me use Coach White again, because I love using Coach White. I really do. I've known him for 30, 40 years now. When he watches that film, he's watching that one camera that he's I know now you got 2 or 3 cameras. I understand all that. Back in my day, you watch that one camera, and you watch that one camera, and you say, oh my gosh, they missed that call. Well, that same camera that you saw that with, all it does is shoots it right down to that iPad, and then you have a chance to review. And the key is we want to get those egregious calls right. The one, the mom and the dad is sitting in the stands now with their iPhone filming their child play, and they're putting it on Facebook the next day, and that official's got to see that. That's what we want the official to have a chance to correct.
Got one more. Esports, I know y'all introduced that back in April. What kind of response have you received from the schools so far?
We've received very good response from a school. We didn't realize, first of all, esports is non-championship. The National Federation sanctioned it and encouraged every state association to provide a platform. We do not have a championship in esports. It's not a state championship. We are just providing a software and a format and a company for those schools who have been participating with it, any new school that's interested. They say that's the wave of the future. Talking to an old guy, I don't know how much that's a wave, but I have to use one analogy. I'm going to use bowling. We used to have bowling on our state a long time ago, Mr. Washburn. It died out and there wasn't a lot of interest. But we started to see a lot of interest. And probably one of my most enjoyable experience in the position that I have is watching those kids bowl. Because we reach a child that can't play. We had a child that had 87 surgeries on their back. 87 surgeries. He still walked. He's a student with disability. But somehow he could bowl. And he was part of that team and wore that school shirt, and that meant the world to him. And if that's what we do through esports, look, do you want them going home and playing computer games, or do you, and plus we regulate them, and they're not even PG-13. And so we regulate them, and we have a school sponsor who has an opportunity to have an effect on that person, a e-sport coach. So you want them home by themselves playing, or you want them with a school official? Because they're going to play. No matter what, they're going to play those video games. So we'll continue to look at it. We're only signed a contract for 2 years. We'll evaluate it after 2 years, but I have been shocked at the interest, positively. Any other questions for me, folks?
One more question.
Any more catches?
One more question. Going back to the replay, the new replay policy y'all just going to start this year. Is the white cap the one that's responsible for upholding the call or overturning the call?
Great question. The white hat, the referee, is the person who reviews the call unless he threw the flag. or he didn't, it was his call. We do not want the official who was part of the call to review it. So there's a sequence, and there's always a backup official for the second opinion. All replays must be done within 2 minutes. So they got to hustle over there. Look, we're only reviewing 2 cameras most of the time, and because that's what a team films with, 2 cameras. But it is the white hat unless that official made the call or didn't make the call.
I just wanted to say we wanted an opportunity to interview you and your staff today, and I know that you have to leave, and you've covered a lot today, and thank you very much. And those of us that talk high school football in other states realize how lucky we are to have the Alabama High School Athletic Association and the innovation and modernism that's coming out of Montgomery for the kids and the families and the communities, and we just want to tell y'all how much we appreciate you.
Well, we couldn't do it without a great staff, and it's for example, Alvin Briggs and Mark Jones have been working on this replay for years, and we didn't just start this year. They've been working on it for years and have done a great job, and so we have a great staff. They do great work, so I thank you for saying that. Do they have time to say something, D. Mark? Or we have time, or we need to move on? Well, I'd like y'all to meet Alvin Briggs, our new Associate Executive Director. Y'all remember, I always tell this story. I know I'm not, you gave me 5 minutes, and I told you don't give me just 5 minutes, son. So Alvin Briggs is the only player in the history of the Alabama High School Athletic Association to play in our All-Star game and score an offensive touchdown and a defensive touchdown. But that doesn't matter anymore. He also was a great player at Auburn. I always tease him. Now, he didn't tackle anybody there, but he looked good out there, and he was good enough to go to the pros. But, you know, I like to call him Alvin Savar, because I'm proud of him. I'm proud he works with him, and he's like a son to me. And I'm very grateful. So please welcome Alvin Briggs.
Good morning. I believe that I'm very fortunate. I was sitting here thinking, it was 18 years ago that I met Mr. Washburn over the phone and got called to the State Association downtown. It was a good day for him, not a good day for me. And then in the same token, some 7 years later, I got a phone call from this man about 12:30 one night. So it was those situations that got me really involved with the Alabama High School Athletic Association. And Coach said it right. You don't know what the association's about until you get in that office. You think you know what's going on until you get there. So it's been a pleasure and a growth for me from these two gentlemen to be where I'm at today because of their belief and what they think of the membership and the students. That's one thing that I think the general public forgets, that the association is about student athletes and educational-based athletics. It's not about anything other than that, and that's what I know these two gentlemen and even their predecessor, Bubba Scott. Coach mentioned the All-Star game. In my office, I have a letter from Bubba Scott about being at an All-Star game, and his letter is an inspiration also to me because it talks about educational-based athletic and faith. And if you know Mr. Scott and Coach Scott, he was about both of those, and that's what the Alabama High School Athletic Association is all about. As Coach mentioned, I am over football-related activities with our association, but I am so in my new job. As my old job, I was concerned with our coaches and membership and student safety. As I moved to my next position, it's more about compliance and making sure our membership understand where they are and getting them to a place where we be proactive in making sure that our student athletes are taken care of and don't have any eligibility issues. That's where we're going with the next position. You know, it's our job to give all our membership and our administrators the tools that they need to stay out of harm's way. We don't want any issues, because a lot of people don't realize when there's an eligibility issue, when a crisis happens, the one group of people that lose out if something's done wrong is the student athlete, and that's what we don't want. We don't want our student athletes to look out. Coach mentioned it earlier, 95, and I'm going to say close to 97% of the student athletes that play our sports won't play again after high school. They won't get that opportunity. So we want that opportunity that they have in high school and even in middle school to be the best part of their lives. We don't want them to have that disappointment. So we, in my new position, we want to be able to give all our memberships the tools to do what they need to do to make sure those things don't happen and be proactive. So that's what the plan is in the future is for this position. There have been some great gentlemen before me that was in this position. So with that, are there any questions about instant replay or anything like that before I sit down? I know Coach asked a lot of questions, answered a lot of things about instant replay. If I can add anything to it, I would try. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you.
I know we're on a tight, I'm going to ask Jamie 2 minutes, but Jamie Lee's the new director of the Alabama High School Athletic Directors and Coaches Association. His main responsibilities are professional development for coaches. He has a great vision for the professional development of our coaches. Please welcome Jamie Lee.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'll keep it brief. I want to say, first of all, I'm very fortunate to have a great leader in Coach Savar. It's been a blessing to be at the association for a little over a year now. I've had 2 great mentors at the association in Coach Briggs and Denise Ainsworth, both who've poured into me and helped me learn what the association is all about, so I'm very fortunate in that standpoint. As a 22-year high school math teacher and coach, I tried my best to pour into our students and the players that I coached. And now I hope to be able to do that with coaches. My vision and my passion is to try to meet as many coaches as I can in all sports, to try to pour into them, to try to help them be the best coach they can be, try to enhance our profession, the coaching profession. Obviously, my primary duties would be the professional development of our coaches. We want to help continue to improve on what Alvin has done with the player safety and that kind of thing. But I really look forward to being able to impact our coaches and trying to be the best leader I can for them to try to enhance our coaching profession. If there's anything that you guys need from our association that you can come through me and I can help you with, please don't hesitate to do that. And coaches, I look forward to building a relationship with you and help you in whatever it is that I can do. So I thank you for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you all very much for coming. Again, Coach Savar and everybody, we appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all so much. Dadeville coming up here in just a few minutes.
Jerry, it looks like we've had 3 big wigs from AHSAA here, and you know, we're gonna take an opportunity next year to have them in before they speak, so that we'll have an opportunity to be able to spend time with them on the radio. Coach Savar would stick around, except that he's got an engagement in New Orleans, so he's got to book it. And what a great class act of people that lead the High School Athletic Association.
Yeah, we just heard from 3 guys that love high school football. They love the kids. They've done a great job, and they keep on moving forward. They don't sit still. Every year they make better rules, better stuff to make it better for high school football. This video stuff, it's going to be interesting how it works, and I think it's a great idea. It might be a little bit, some of the smaller schools may not be able to use it, but
well, one of the things is
can't get any worse.
One of the things that he made clear about that, though, is that that initial cost of $3,000 you can use even the camera that you're filming the game, and everyone films their games now. I mean, they don't film it, but they do video their games, and so that replay could come off of that. Obviously, there are schools that cannot afford it, and eventually I'm sure that if they decide to do that statewide, that there'll be something that is done for that.
Okay, D-Mark's on the podium, and we're about to introduce Coach White and some of his Dadeville Tiger players.
You got a view? We'll move.
Yeah, it goes that way though. Yeah, I got it right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it backwards, that's fine. Okay. Good morning again. Great job, Coach Savar, Jamie and Alvin Briggs, all those guys. We appreciate this. I failed to mention that Jamie Lee and Alvin were coaches too as well, and I called Coach Sav coach, so Alvin got on me about that. So Coach Briggs and Coach Lee, we certainly appreciate those guys being here from the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Now we turn to our first school today on day 2 of our East Alabama Media Days, brought to you in part by Kicker FM and the Orthopedic Clinic and our great sponsors. First up will be Dadeville High School. We're glad to have Dadeville over in East Alabama today with us. We're going to bring up head coach Richard White. He just started at Dadeville just a few years ago. That'd be 19 years ago. Coach Richard White, I've known him for many years, and if you were listening, obviously Coach Savar likes Coach White because he made sure and mentioned Coach White several times. But one thing I can tell you about Coach White before I go into a little bit about his wins and losses is he's a man that stands for the right things that you want your son to be about. And if you had a child and you wanted them to have a mentor, you'd want Coach White to be that guy. And I'd want my son, I'm blessed to have 2 daughters, but I'd want my son to play for Coach Richard White. He's a great man. Coach White, as I said, started at Dadeville in 2000. This will be 19 years, 4 region titles, 6 seasons with over 10 wins. Absolutely incredible run. 14 playoff appearances, 132 wins. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, Coach Richard White from Dadeville. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you, Coach.
Again, thank you for having us. Thank you, Kicker, for having Dadeville this year. We're excited to be here. We're excited to get this season started off. Our kids are tired of lifting weights. They're tired of running gassers, and they're ready to get out and put some pads on and start hitting each other. And they'll be ready to hit somebody else hopefully by August 23rd. I want to allude to Coach Savar and the instant replay. I'm one of those schools that we have not purchased the instant replay, and the reason we haven't purchased it is I don't want somebody to prove me wrong. I think I'm right when I get on to officials on Friday night, and I don't want instant replay to prove me wrong. And that's why we haven't purchased it. And, you know, Coach Savar, you know, we talk a lot about me getting on officials, and I do get on to them a little bit more than I probably should. But again, I think I'm right. So, and I've passed that on to my kids, and it's gotten a little out of hand, so we're going to have to maybe back off a little bit. But I think it's a great thing, the instant replay. We will be looking at that after this year, and hopefully we can get it into our budget. Again, I have 3 young men with me today. They're seniors. Xander McClendon, number 11, he plays wide receiver for us. He'll have to sub in some defensive back at times. Number 5, Slade McCullers, he's our quarterback. He's a senior also. Huh? You're a junior. Thought you were a senior. Well, there I go. See, I thought I knew everything. And junior, Josh Taylor, he's a defensive back and running back for us. So, again, like I said, we're excited to be here, and we're excited to get this football season started. Any questions?
All right, we'll start with Scott.
Coach, last year, I know every year is going to be the same thing. You're going to be replacing a few players, but in particular, I know replacing Kadori Lynn and everything on the running game. How do you replace that kind of production?
Well, you hope that the kids that you put into that position can produce exactly like these guys. We're going to be a little different. We're going back to more spread, throwing the ball more probably than we did last year. Josh Taylor over here will be running the ball. I have a couple of ninth graders that's going to have to stick their old nose in there and going to grow up real quick. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Well, I know you got a few players right here with you, but outside of the entire roster, who are a few of the other guys that you're looking to step up this year?
Well, you can get in trouble by doing that. So I have to be real careful. But let me put it to you this way. We've always lifted weights with football, but our other sports have kind of gone about it a different way. So this year, I just finally bit the bullet, and I called all our coaches in and said, listen, we all going to lift weights. Basketball, baseball, track, all of us. And what that's done is I have picked up about 8 guys that said, well, if we got to do all this, we might as well play football. And in picking up that, I picked up a wide receiver that's about 6'2", that has good hands. He's a basketball guy. I have another basketball guy that he's doing a lot of AAU basketball right now, but he's 6'9". And if I can get him out there and teach him how to catch a football, we can do some jump ball stuff in the end zone. I've told him, I said, listen, we're just going to throw it up the goal line, you go dunk it. That's the terminology we have to use with him. I've gotten about 2 or 3 baseball players that were baseball-only guys to come out. So, and I think it's going to help us in the long run. We have about 54 kids on our roster right now, where last year we finished the year with about 32. So it's kind of been a great impact for us.
I know it's still early, Coach. What's some question about the team so far, and what are you still looking for from them as we head into the season?
Impressed so far is leadership. We had a senior meeting yesterday, called by the seniors and want to talk to the coaches. That hasn't been done in 2 or 3 years. And when you have that type of leadership type stuff going on, it just spreads out across the team. Also, they really worked hard this year. Not a whole lot of complaining about having to do this or having to do that. They accepted their responsibilities. They've gone in, they've got the job done.
Yeah, Jerry Bavero from the High School Scoreboard Show. New classifications this year, new regions. Can you explain, are you in the same classification, and are you in a new region?
We dropped from 4A to 3A this year. We are in a new region. But again, we were in a fire, have always been in the tough, I consider the toughest region in 4A, when you have to deal with Hanley and Leeds and Munford and Tallahassee and those type guys. And then this year when we dropped to 3A, now we're in I think another tough region, because we're in there with St. James, Montgomery Academy, and this new school called Pike Road. They're starting their first year of varsity, but don't let that fool you. They got a really good football team. So again, we're thrown back into a fire, but I like our chances better every Friday night, playing down with more of a level that I believe that we can play with.
Coach, every year, and I'm Eddie O from the Scoreboard Show, we'd like to hear from you sometime on Friday nights and let us know how you guys are doing. But every year, Dadeville leads off the season on a Thursday night, happening again this year. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people get to see Dadeville play that don't normally get to because of their Friday night and other venues. What do you think about being leading off the state every year?
Well, I like it because it's a money thing. Playing on Thursday nights, you can get more teams from around the area, or coaches and just fans of football to come start off watching a football game on Thursday night. And we played week 0 this year on a Thursday night, and then because we have 2 Thursday night games back to back. So I've always liked playing on Thursday. Kids love it because they don't come to school on Friday. It just kills my administration, but they also understand the finances of all that too.
All right, we'll get some players up. Let's start with number 5, Slade. Question from Scott.
senior.
Senior? Okay, just make sure we get that cleared up. You know, going into this year, last the quarterback being that go-to guy, you know, how do you approach this season being the leader for the offense?
Just trying to try to put up points, really. Yeah.
Well, can you tell me a little bit about the guys that you're going to be working with? A couple of these guys that are going to be on, you know, these slides for
Oh, we got Josh right here. He knows how to stick his nose down into the line, take beatings when I don't really need to be taking all of them. And then we got Xander over here. If I ever get in trouble, he'll find a way to get open so I can dump it off to him. And we got another junior named Cooper Childers, probably the best set of hands on our team, and it's just crazy how he makes all them catches.
Well, Coach, you kind of talked about a little bit. You got a couple basketball players coming out there, 6'2" with 6'9". You know,
yeah.
As a quarterback, what's that do for you?
It opens up the playbook a little more than normal. You can throw them deep balls whenever you need them, and you can just take more chances.
You know, tell me a little bit of the guys up front. I mean, you got to show a little bit of love for those linemen.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't for them, I would never have any yards. So all the passing yards and running yards is all on them.
Thanks, Lynn. Can we get Josh over there? Josh, tell me a little bit about this upcoming season for you. I know Coach said you on both sides of the ball. Tell me a little bit about what you're going to be doing as far as skill set standpoint.
Well, basically, I'm going to do anything for my team to make us get to the playoffs because we're tired of losing and not making the playoffs.
And what's it going to take to progress from last year, last couple of years, and really stick it in and get to the playoffs this year?
Oh, everybody need to be leaders, all the seniors and juniors and freshmen.
And tell me a little bit about those workouts, getting all those extra guys in there, how's it been, how's it gone with everyone coming in there and gelling together?
Well, it helps us because we compete with each other every day in the weight room, outside, and conditioning.
A little bit about the defense. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're all looking for on that side of the ball?
We're just looking for headhunters.
Thank you, Josh. Can we just hand her over? All right, Xander, I know again, same question with Josh is, looking at both sides of the ball, going to have those opportunities to play, be a kind of a playmaker. What are you looking for out of this year for yourself personally and then the team as well?
Well, personally, I just want to do my job. I want to make sure I'm doing what I need to do to help my team out because that's what's important. And overall as a team, just the mentality that we need to have to make it all the way and do what we need to do. You just step up and really want it, and just it's not just a game.
Who among all of y'all is going to be the biggest vocal leader?
I really don't know. Maybe Josh.
Josh? Not Slade?
Slade's kind of quiet.
I gotcha. Tell us a little bit about, you have a coach over here that has had so much success over the last few years, going into 19 years, I have players that have gone off, to other D1 schools. Can you tell us a little bit about, being able to play for a coach that has so much experience and has been able to teach you guys?
It's an honor. I love Coach White. I really do. He's been there ever since I can't remember Dadeville High School. Can't even think about it without thinking of Coach White. So it really is an honor being able to play for him and just have my name under the people he's coached. So.
Well, a little bit about what some of the players that y'all lost. I know you got a couple of running backs that y'all lost this past year, but how do you replace production, and not just production, but that leadership that they provided?
Well, just kind of changing the game around the people we do have and working what we do have, and just kind of, it's hard, but it takes people to step up and just replace the leadership, and I believe it's actually gotten better, so I think it'll be fun.
Josh, looking at being kind of the skill position guys, what are you looking for out of Slade as that kind of guy that's going to get you guys involved?
Well, as our coach, our offensive coordinator, Coach Atkins, says, he's just a mailman. He has to get the package to where it needs to go, and I trust Slade. He'll do what he needs to do.
Thank you.
Got a quick question for all three of y'all. Coach White, he's not funny at all in practice. He get pretty humorous on you guys.
Yeah, he gets pretty funny.
Get pretty bad too, can't it?
Yeah.
Anybody else for Dadeville? Guys, thank you. Coach White, I appreciate you. Your candidness about that money, if you don't mind just a minute going back up. Real quick, it is very important. We laughed about that, but finances in high school football, athletics, period, it's important, isn't it, Coach White?
Yeah, no doubt. You know, you're continuously fundraising. And a small town like Dadeville, you know, every sport hits them up about, you know, when you need something. And I know they get tired of us coming, but they are very supportive, and they continue to support us. And, you know, without those people giving us money and our support, you know, we would probably have to shut down some athletic programs that we do provide for our kids. So, you know, we're glad that we are able to get the support that we have.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dadeville High School, thank you guys for participating here at our media day. Good luck in 2018. Dadeville High School.
Thank y'all for having us.
Okay, Jerry, we're back here at Southern Union at the Southern Room. We just heard from Dadeville High School and Coach Richard White. Coach White's been there for almost 20 years, and I enjoyed hearing one of the kids kind of emotionally saying, I don't know what Dadeville football would be like without Coach White. He's been there all my life.
He's been there 19 years, and all these kids are no older than 18.
Yeah.
So obviously they know Dadeville football. They know Coach White.
That's right.
They've been down a little bit the last 3 or 4 years, but
and
word is that they got a little bit more talent this year. And
they have a little bit more talent, and
they
dropped the classification. I think that's really important.
And I was looking at the schedule. I think they're going to have a good year by looking at the schedule.
Yeah, they open up on Thursday, the 23rd with Horseshoe Bend, and then they have their normal first game is Reeltown. They'll have that their second game this year, and it's on a Thursday night also.
I usually go to that game.
So as it turns out, the first game is at Horseshoe Bend, but Reeltown will be at Dadeville. That'll be a big game, a huge gate. And it always is for both of these teams. But he was talking about picking up Southside, Bullock County, St. James, Elmore County, Montgomery Academy, and Pike Road, a new school. You kind of hope that we're dropping in classification that you're not picking up tougher schools than you've been playing.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, but you know, would you trade a Beauregard? I mean, they've had to play Beauregard. Their region the last 2 or 3 years
Handley,
unbelievably tough. I think they moved down, and I think it got a little bit easier for them.
I think St. James and Montgomery Academy are probably the two schools that are normally hot and heavy in that classification in their region. Dadeville will do very well this year. There's a good chance that they'll be in the playoffs this year again?
I like their chances. I like them to get things turned around. Like I said, they have been down the last 3 or 4 years, but I think things are looking up.
It's always nice though to have a guy that comes in, he's loose, and he's been there a long time. So when he talks with Savarese, Coach Savarese, about instant replay, the first thing he says is, "Hey, I'm always right." I thought that was hilarious.
I don't want to be proven wrong.
I don't want to be proven wrong. But he did mention something that we talked about earlier. It's very, very difficult for these small communities to come up with a lot of money to start something new like this. But it's a great thing. They know it's a good thing, and they're going to try to get the money for that. Something else he said, though, Jerry, was every sport that they have is competing for that money. And although in most cases high school football is their money cow, their cash cow, they can't give it all up.
Right.
And looks like we're about to get ready for Springwood, and we got Van up to Mike.
We'll get our next school up. This coach literally just announced this week on Monday as the head coach at Springwood. He brings them a lot of experience in the AISA, 15 years of coaching in the AISA as head coach at Pickens Academy, led them to their first state title game in 12 seasons, and most recently was an assistant coach at the Escambia Academy, where as an assistant he helped lead them to the 2014 3A state title. Please welcome up Coach John Gartman in Springwood.
Good afternoon. I'm Coach Gartman from Springwood. I'm very happy to be here. This is my 4th day on the job, and we start practice this evening, so needless to say it's been quite a rush, but it's also been fun, and I'm excited to get started. I've also been asked quite a few questions this week, as you might imagine, and I've kind of had 2 reoccurring questions, and I'm going to kind of address those right now. The first one's been, what brought me to Springwood? And I've been in the AISA all my life. My dad was a coach for many years, so I grew up in the AISA, played in the AISA, and have coached in the AISA. So I've been very familiar with Springwood and the teams we'll play for a lot of years. And I've always had a lot of respect for Springwood's football program and the school itself. So when this job came open, I thought it'd be a great opportunity, and I applied for it. And fortunately, I was able to get it, and here I am. So that's how I got here. The next thing is what I expect for our football program, and that really boils down to 3 things for me. Number 1, I want us to always play with class in a way that represents the school well. To me, that's a lot more important than winning. So that's number 1. Next is playing with discipline. I want us to be a smart and sharp team with very few penalties, turnovers, things of that nature that cause you to lose games that you should win. So we want to be disciplined. And the last thing is improvement. I don't talk a lot about winning championships or winning a certain number of games or a particular game. I focus mostly on improvement, because that's one thing that every player can do and every team can do. You know, not every player is going to be all state, not every team is going to be undefeated state champions, but everybody can improve. And if you have the potential to do great things and you focus on improving every single day, then you should be able to do those things. So that's kind of our approach every day. And I'd like for us to get better every day, every week, and every year. So that's kind of how I look at it. And I brought Chris Ramser with me and Sam Leva, and we are ready for whatever questions you have.
All right, we'll start out with Coach first up.
How tough is it walking in that week and getting things started?
Very tough. A lot of distractions. I've mostly tried to focus on the things that we play. Not only am I starting late, but we have an early game. We play August 17th, so we play 3 weeks from tomorrow. Really against a team called Success Unlimited that we don't know much about. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. So I've tried to focus mostly on the things that will get to know the kids, talking to the coaches, trying to focus on the things that will make us be most prepared for that.
How tough is it getting into offense, or what do you do as far as installing offense?
Well, one good thing is I've been running the same schemes for a long time, so it's kind of second nature to me. The main thing has been getting with other coaches and teaching them what I know. So that's been a challenge in learning the kids and what they can do. I've spent some time running 40s and in the weight room with them this week to kind of see what kind of ability they have, so we can kind of hit the ground running, and I'll know a little bit more about them. So that's been the main thing, finding out what the kids can do and what we need to do to play to their strengths, and also teach the coaches our schemes so we can really hit the ground running this evening.
I know you've only been there 4 days, but what are some of those strengths and positives you've already seen from this team?
I think our strength will probably be our front. We have some good size up front, and I think that's very important, especially on defense, because especially in small school ball, if you can't stop people from running at you, you can have an all-world secondary, but if they're getting 4, 5, 6 yards a pop, that doesn't matter. So if I had a preference, I'd rather be stronger up front, definitely on defense. But we also have some pretty good skill guys. We've got a quarterback, Jordan Plank, who's a returning starter, good athlete, so I'm anxious to work with him too. So I think we'll have a pretty good team all around.
What do you think the greatest challenge will be with taking over a team and kind of so late, close to the season?
Biggest challenge in that, really just getting them to learn my schemes. You know, it's just not a lot of time. There's a big learning curve. So we're going to have 2-a-days next week. We're going to try to get in every practice we can to try to get them caught up so that we'll be as prepared as we can for that first game.
A lot of the coaches that have come up today and yesterday have said the biggest thing is getting guys to buy in during the summer, to go to the workouts. And you weren't there for that process, not through a fault of your own. But how do you get the guys to buy in now with the season so close?
Well, one thing I hope they know is that I've had a lot of success in what I've done. I've been a defense coordinator for 4 state championship teams. And I was an offense coordinator and head coach for a team that made it to a state championship. So what I've done is tried and true, worked real well for me. And in talking to the kids, I think they like what we're planning to do on offense and defense. I think they're excited about it. I know I am. So I'm ready to hit the ground running this evening.
Do the players? Yeah. All right. Whoever wants to go first.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm Chris Ramsor.
Your position and year, please.
Play O-line, D-line, and I'm going to be a senior this year.
All right, man, so obviously a big change this week. What was it like when Coach first came in? And what's this summer been like, not really knowing who the coach was going to be?
You know, when Coach Hill resigned, you know, we were a little shocked because, you know, it wasn't like planned or nothing. He wasn't saying, so it was also a surprise. But, you know, we still been working hard. We've been continuing to grind, working real hard. And when he came in, we were actually really happy because, you know, it was so late. It's kind of like, all right, come on, let's get a head coach. But, you know, we're happy he's here, and we're ready to get it started and follow him.
What's been your impression so far? I know it's been a short one, but, you know, the first day you've had him up to, what is it, day 4? What's been your impression so far?
I mean, I really loved him. There's a lot of discipline. You're doing do everything right. You're going to be on time. You're going to follow what you need to follow. And, you know, I'm ready to follow him and win.
It's been kind of tough, I would imagine, because you guys have to be, you know, you have to be completely self-directed with the old coach stepping down. How have the summer workouts been going for you?
They've been going good. You know, me and Sam and the other seniors have been, you know, leading that as of right now. So, you know, the coaches will check in and see if we're there. But, you know, it's been us bringing the guys in, making sure we're getting extra work in, you know, making sure the backs are getting down there, running routes, you know, making sure Jordan's throwing to them, making sure that, you know, the new people in our team are feeling welcome and getting inclined with the workout.
What has that process been like, you guys having to step up kind of as the coach to make sure that your team is still getting workouts before you even knew who your new coach was?
It hadn't been that hard. You know, we have hard-working guys that want to win, that want to compete. So it really hasn't been that hard. You know, everybody wants to win, so they're going to be there.
What's been the best part about the summer from what you've seen from the guys?
Their work ethic. You know, you don't ever have to push them to come to a workout. You don't ever have to push them to lift more. You know, they're always pushing themselves and they're getting better. So, you know, that's been the best part.
What kind of things do you want to see coming early in the season that show improvement?
You know, just making sure we know this offense, know the new defense. You know, I want to see that, and just making sure everybody's, you know, behind Coach Cartman.
Okay, Sam. How's the process been for you with the new coach coming in at the last minute?
I mean, it was weird at first just because we have to learn a whole new scheme and everything, but now that he's in and we're all starting to get a little bit comfortable with him, it's a lot different, but it's a lot better because he comes from winning and he knows how to win, and so it's been a good process and it's been interesting.
Can you talk about the summer, what it's been like? You guys, like I said, self-directed workouts?
Well, we did our assistant coach, kind of, because we only had like one coach when Coach Hill resigned, and he was our defensive coordinator. He kind of came to me and Chris and said, y'all make up workouts and then make sure everybody comes. And so me and Chris sat down one day and we just made up workouts and made sure, and we texted everybody and said, hey, everybody has to come to workouts. Just because we don't have a head coach doesn't mean you can just come when the season starts. You still got to work out over the summer. And me and Chris did what we had to do to get everybody there, and everybody was willing to do it. Nobody complained, nobody whined. We have a team full of people that just want to win.
Yeah, that says team to me.
Yes, sir.
So what do you be doing the next 2-3 weeks? Because you're going to have to start coming right out of the gate fast. What are the next couple 3 weeks going to be like?
I mean, they're going to be fun, and I think that with our team we'll be able to do it and handle it perfectly fine. And with the coach that we have, we'll be doing it well because we all work together real well, and it doesn't take us long to learn, and we're going to learn fast, and we're going to hit the ground running.
All right, Scott, what news?
Sam, the last couple of years, Springwood has really been known for a few skilled players here and there, but the offense and defensive lines have really been the, that bread and butter of the team. With Zach Guy and Harrison Spivey just graduating, you guys stepping up into these starting roles. How do you approach coming into the season like that?
I mean, I've played behind a bunch of good offensive linemen and defensive linemen, so I just kind of follow what they did. And I played with Zach and Harrison since I was in like 5th grade, so I just follow what they do and just keep the process going the same, and it just works out.
Did they give you any words of wisdom before they left, or are they still sticking around and talking to y'all a little bit?
They still stick around, and Harrison was texting us the other day about football. I mean, they still mess with us and everything.
Well, coming into this year, you do have Jordan, you got OJ in the backfield. How are you guys going to approach the season with those two guys, basically handling the bulk of the offensive work?
It's going to be fun because OJ's an incredible running back, and Jordan Plank can run the ball. I mean, he can also throw, but he can run very well. So, and as an offensive lineman, it's exciting to know that once you're blocking, you can just look up and your running back's down the field, and that's just a fun thing to know that you got.
Well, I know you guys are sitting around the 22 or so on the roster right now. So you guys are probably going to be looking at playing both sides of the ball. How do you approach knowing that you're going to be doing that dual role?
I mean, I'm fine with it. Me and him have played both sides of the ball since we were in like 7th grade, so we're getting kind of used to it. We just know we got to condition more than everybody else and work harder than everybody else, but everybody's willing to do it, so it's perfectly fine with us.
All right, one last question back here for scoreboard crew.
This is the coach. You had to be thrilled when you walked into the locker room and saw these two guys and heard that they had put together a program of workouts and that everybody was coming. How many kids do you have on the roster?
About 25.
25. And is that pretty normal for your size?
At Escambia, we had probably 30 to 35, but we were also 3A at one time then. Pickens, my last year we were 1A. We probably had about 25 to 30 or so. So it's not a whole lot less than I'm used to.
Well, I know you're real proud of these guys, and you're real pleased to have them to coach, and we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, by Springwood School, I've got corrected on that. Springwood School, thank you.
Okay, we're still here at Southern Union at the Southern Room. That was new head coach, 4 days on the job.
Yeah, and he sounds, looking at his record, he's an impressive coach. He's a smart coach. He brought his 2 bodyguards with him.
I'm telling you what.
2 massive-looking kids. One kid about 6'3" and about 270, and another kid about maybe 6'3" and about 270. Two big old kids, and if they could get 2 more or 3 more in that line, that's going to be pretty impressive. What are they? Are they a 2A or 1A?
1A.
That'd be an impressive offensive line there.
And one of the things, though, I mean, how do you lose your coach and these 2 seniors get together and make up a workout program?
That was impressive. That's called senior leadership.
And not only that, they text everybody on the team and tell them you're not just waiting until the season starts. You're coming in now.
They told them you're coming in now. You're going to play for us. You're going to come and work with us. That's impressive. That's 2 fine young men. The first one, probably the best public speaker I've heard so far. A lot of these kids get a little intimidated, but he did a great job.
He did do a great job.
I was very impressed with those 2 kids.
Well, and he's got some hams hanging off his shoulders I wish that all of you could see it, because he looks like a college athlete. Well, they both do. They're both big boys, and they are both well-spoken. And
they both look like they could play 7-8 football.
They do. They do. They look like they could start for
athletes.
just about anybody in the state. And Coach Gartman, one of the things that the kids have to love is that he applied for this job because he said he's been looking at Springwood for years. He's been a member of AISA. His dad was a coach, and he's played, and he's been a part of it his whole life. And to know that you've got a coach, and I thought they were both kind of funny when they thought maybe that they weren't going to have a coach this year.
Yeah, that's
so
sad. But they got a good coach. Springwood, again, like Dadeville's been down the last 3 or 4 years.
They have a pretty tough schedule. And
going back in the years, Roddy Beck days when he was a coach, they've always had a good program. I think they got a good coach now, and I think by looking at his record, he'll get those kids turned around. He only has 3 weeks to get ready, but he'll get them turned around by looking at the 2 athletes he brought. They have some athletes up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm on the opposing team, a 1A team, and I step up and see these 2 guys, and they're massive out of their uniforms, and they've got to look like monsters in uniform. So what a great thing it is for Springwood that they've got a coach like they do.
I thought we had Lafayette coming up next. Looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So we're about to have Lafayette. Here's D. Mark Mitchell.
Had a good start this morning with Dadeville, and Springwood, of course, with Coach Savar and his some part of his staff leading us off. And as we continue in day 2 of the East Alabama Kicker High School Media Days, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic and sponsored by Gentry Motor Company, Guthrie's Fried Chicken, Watson Brothers Patio and Hearth, and First South Farm Credit. We certainly appreciate that. All our media here, thank you very much for being here. Our next school up, not too far down the road, and we know about this bunch. I call them the Ales, one of the Ales. Lafayette High School, they're the Bulldogs. Coach James Lucas is with us today, along with Coach Patillo, and I'll let him talk about him and 3 of his players that he's brought with us. But Coach Lucas has been around the area for a little while. We all know Coach Lucas. He's in his 5th season at Lafayette. Also had a stint at Notasulga and some other places locally. Lafayette's been in the playoffs the last 3 seasons with a 21-4 record. Spent 4 years, as I said, at Notasulga, leading the teams to the playoffs. 6 of his 8 years there, and he is seeking his 4th straight playoff appearance at Lafayette. And I bring to the microphone Coach James Lucas.
First, I'd like to give grace to God, who has all of us here this morning, and I'd just like to thank the committee for inviting us this morning. This is a special occasion and beautiful thing that you all are doing for the schools in the community. Today, talk about the 2018 football team for Lafayette Bulldogs. As you know, each team represent by the classification of the seniors of each year that they come into the season, and I told the 2018 seniors that they haven't proved themselves yet. You can't live off of what 2016, 2017 has done. You have to establish yourself as the 2018 team. And so we have a lot of returning seniors. We have some underclassmen that have been with me since they've been in the 8th grade that are juniors and sophomores, and I got a young, talented 9th grade class that's joining us coming up. I got some big kids and some 6'3s and 6'2s and 6'1s, and so it's really taken off at Lafayette. When I first took over there 4 years ago, a lot of the people was telling me about the talent level that they had there, and when I got there, I realized that it was absolutely correct, and just seeing the possibility of these kids being able to reach their dreams of moving forward and going to college and getting their degrees, that's what I always say, that God put us in those positions to do it, to help these kids be able to find financial background so they can be able to go to college and come back and help the kids that are coming up behind them. And they have done a phenomenal job on that. And this year, our strength is our offensive line and defensive line. Like like the other coach was saying, that you can't do anything. You can have 4-star, 5-star skill position, but if your line don't know who to block and how to block it, you won't see that in that person. And so I'm very pleased to be at Lafayette. I'm thankful to be there, and we're looking for this upcoming year to try to sustain what we started there, the tradition, and the community has started to get behind us. They have invested $60,000 in upgrading our workout facility as an indoor. It's a small indoor facility where we can go inside when bad weather and still practice without having to go on the gym floor all the time. And so with all that, it's God's blessing to be able to head us all in the same direction. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir, we did, Coach. We're going to start with Scott Fields of the Opelika Auburn News.
Coach, how you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you, Scott. How are you?
Doing all right. You know, going into this year, you are going to be replacing a few guys, but you have a great amount of skilled players, and of course the line out here as well. You know, but in the last couple of years, you've had to replace a few, premier star playmakers that are going to get those headlines. Jatavius Whitlow and of course Robert Houston. How do you address, kind of that next man mentality?
Well, it's a system. It's a system. I told Jatavius that when he was there, and Jatavius had got injured earlier at Auburn. He came to the first game, and he said, "Coach, if I wouldn't have seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It is a system." And so once you have a system that everybody believes in and understand, you can just, move the next man up.
Well, next man up, who is the next man up at running back for you?
We're going to be by committee this year. We got Keandre Peterson, he's an upcoming junior. We got Ty Lloyd, he's an upcoming sophomore. And we got Kel Turner, he's an upcoming junior. We got Victor Talbert, he's an upcoming junior. It's going to be a lot of different running backs this year. It's not going to be one primary guy that carries the load.
Can you tell us a little bit about the guys that you brought in today?
Today I brought with me Trevor Vines. He's my offensive defensive lineman. He's been with me since the 8th grade, and he's a senior this year, and he's been offered by Tennessee State. And right beside him I got we call him JP, but it's Jordan Walker. He's an upcoming junior. He's been heavily recruited in the SEC as a defensive back, and he's going to play some wide receiver this year. And to my right, I have Coach P, one of my right-hand man. He's the assistant head coach that helps me with everything. He's been there the most. He's been there like, how many years, Coach?
Starting year number 12.
12 years. So he's the veterans of all the coaches. So I always keep him back by my side. And then right beside him is Jalen McCurdy. He was my starting quarterback last year and returning starter for this year. And he feels so much comfortable with the offensive flow, and he also be playing some secondary as well.
I know we'll get to these guys in just a second, but can you talk a little bit about the development you've seen from Jalen at the quarterback spot?
Well, I mean, he last year I told him, I said it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough because we run a lot of RPOs. So it's a lot of pre-read snaps and all that kind of stuff. And so he was 9-2. He didn't start the first game when he got there, but after that he went 9-2 the whole year. And so he sat down with me this offseason. We studied film, and I put him in a coach's eyes. I said, okay, now you the coach. You break down yourself and tell me what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. That's how you get these kids to buy in. And so he sat down and he looked at it and he said, wow, I didn't know I did that. I didn't know I could do that. And so this year we did a couple of 7-on-7. We had to share with the basketball team in the month of June. So a lot of times in the month of June, they doing basketball, they going to camps, trying to get on that board to be recruited. And then in July, we really get to, tone it in a little bit. So we played 3 7-on-7 games, and he runs the offense. I check calls every now and again, but he runs the offense. And so that really is a plus for a quarterback to have that knowledge and wisdom and understanding about the game.
Just for background, Coach, how many starters do you have coming back and how many seniors?
I have 8 seniors, and I got 8 returning on offense, and I got 7 returning on defense.
Talking to Auburn's coach yesterday, he said usually you're pretty lucky if you can get more than 5 or 6. What does that mean for you to have 7 on one side, 8 on the other side? That's a significant amount for this year.
Well, I tell you what, when I first got there, I heard about a lot of the kids was leaving Lafayette, going to other places, and they were becoming stars at Opelika, Beauregard, and so forth. And so one of the things I did was I made it a one-way play action thing. I got all my people on the field, whether they started on defense, offense, or special team, they hit the field every time. And so that kept them at home. And so they have grown to that. I had to tell Jatavis, I said, Jatavis, I need your energy, all that quarterback. And he said, Coach, nobody ever told me I was going to play one position. I said, you do what I asked you to do, great things are going to happen. And he ended up being the 2A player of the year. So they bought into the fact that, you know, they play one position, give it all they got. I'd rather for you to be great at one thing than good at two.
What does that mean for the community then? Because obviously you've got guys that could go to different parts, but deciding to stay in Lafayette and be part of that town and part of that program.
Well, I mean, the community has been supportive since I've been there. They're one of the best traveling teams that you can ever, you know, hope for. Everybody likes for us to come and play them, win or lose or draw. They're gonna get a good gate, and that shows respect for the community. The people there, they love their alumni. They love to be alumni from Lafayette, and they love to travel and see these kids play hard. And one thing I had to tell my team when I got there, I told them, I said, look, they come and play you just like they come and watch you on Friday nights like they go watch Auburn and Alabama. But you can't be listening to the fans in the stand. I can sit up there and watch Auburn play and be making my suggestions and everything else. You think Gus Malzahn gonna say, what you just say? You know. So, you know, I told them, if you listen to the fans in the stand, you're gonna be sitting with the fans in the stand. And so they bought into that. And I had a kid one time, he went home and his mom and dad was talking to him. His dad told him, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this. And he told him, he said, listen, Dad, I can't listen to what you say. I got to listen to what the coaches say. And then, you know, it got back to me. He didn't come and tell me. Other people told me about it. And I said, okay, they fully bought into what I'm trying to teach them.
So you guys have a smaller group this year, just 35, but you like that. Why is that?
Well, I like it because these kids have been playing for a great team for quite some time, and they've seen the work ethic that these other teams have put in to get Lafayette where it is. And so with these guys now, it's like they've been playing one way most of the time because we've been having a lot of kids out there, but now they get to play both ways, but they understand the system. They understand the defensive system, they understand the offensive system, they understand the special team system, and it's just great because just last night I was on my way back from Mobile, and Trevor called me on the phone and he said, Coach, we need to do this out of this play because this play, you know, that makes me feel good because they know what the buy-in is, they know what we're all about, and just to hear a player call you to suggest something, and I tell them all the time, we don't play not one down, we don't throw not one ball, we don't tackle one person. It's the players on that field that we got to teach them to become coaches on that field, to think like us. And that just a testimony in itself of showing you how these kids think. They think like a coach.
With most guys playing both sides of the ball, where do you think the strength of this team this year will be in comparison to last year?
It's going to be the defense and offensive line. That's what carries you. That's what tears you down. That's what win close ball games. That's what lose ball games. We've been in all those situations playing against Fife. You know what they're running, but can you stop it? And we've been tested with them 3 straight years. I just hated that it was 3 straight years at their place. And but you know, sometimes God does things to make you humble before He gives you the gifts.
With realignment, the region looks a little bit different, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. It really does. They moved Lynette down, and they took Raymond and Woodland out and moved us in the South region. So we're in the South this year. We're no longer in the North. But we have a couple of teams. Thorsby and Central Coosa, and there's another team they moved in. They're strong teams as well. So it's still like a SEC. You got to be ready to put your shoes and hat on every Friday night to try to win the game.
Has the summer been good for you guys?
Yes, it really has. We have worked hard in the new facility, a lot of room. The last few years we've been inside the gym, and it's been like cooped up in a little box. But now we got room to where everybody's, you know, can get a full workout in and be comfortable of getting it done. And I'm very pleased with what we've done this summer.
All right, let's back to some of the kids. Jalen, can you go first here? Hold on. So how different is it coming in now as the starting quarterback for a second season?
It's different because I really know the system and I really understand it now. I know it like the back of my hand.
And what do you see when you're looking out there now?
I see a lot. I see a lot different. I'm able to make checks, make play calls on my own, and help my teammates out when they don't know things, stuff like that.
With that 1 year under your belt, how much more confident are you in your offense being the signal caller?
Yeah, much more confident. Like last year, I felt kind of like pressured by it and nervous and all that, but now I'm calm and I understand everything.
And I remember talking with you when you first got there. You said they kind of already embraced you within the first days you got there. How has that kind of grown into where you're at now?
I mean, it's grown a lot. It's almost like everybody on the team is brothers. Like, we do everything together. Outside of football and school, we're always together. So
the RPO is becoming more and more common in college and in the NFL even. But pretend I'm a little kid, 8 years old, watching you playing quarterback. How do you explain what the run-pass option is and how you can go about getting better at that? Because obviously, like Coach said, it's a difficult thing to understand and also to execute.
Yeah, to understand it more is basically just watching it, watch teams who do it, and you know, it's basically just you focusing in on one specific player on the defense, and you make your move on what he does. You know, if he does this, you do that.
Is there any college or pro team that you watch that does the RPO well that you kind of mimic your game after?
Yeah,
a couple teams?
Auburn. I watch Auburn a lot. Yeah.
What did you see from them that you've used in your game?
I see like just how they read the defense, how fast they move. Yeah, I just take a lot from that.
I don't know if Coach got the hairstyle memo or not. Did you tell him?
Yeah.
Next play. Let's go. So I think Coach was saying that you've been recruited by the SEC. What's that mean for you? Obviously, you're only one in your junior year, so you still got time to improve as well.
It means a lot. I'm glad I get to get on that board at an early age, and so I hope more can just come in.
Have you heard anything from scouts or coaches in the SEC on what they're looking for this year out of you?
Coach Greg Brown from Auburn, secondary coach, he told me I need to work on my zone, play a little bit more, and turn my hips and running more.
What can you learn from the two guys over your left side there when it comes to them being the senior leaders in this team?
They're just teaching me how to lead right now. I see how they come in every day and lead the team in the weight room, make sure everybody knows what they need to do, and I'm just going to take that from them.
You're primarily a defensive back, but you'll be playing wide receiver this year as well. How much is that going to help your game overall, playing both sides of the ball and understanding the concepts on both sides?
It's going to help me a lot because me knowing what receivers do going to help me at defensive back because when they line up out there, I can know, oh, they finna do this route, they finna do that route.
On the other hand, you're also getting the DB's heads when you're playing wide out.
Yes, sir.
So what have you picked up this summer?
I've been to a lot of camps this summer, and I've picked up a lot. Basically just how to play zone, how to play man, and just different techniques.
And coming in with an experienced quarterback, running the show as you learn the new position, how much of a help is that?
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot of help.
Who's stepping up and being the leader on this team?
I would say Jalen, Trevor, and Legerion.
Having leadership like that, how big is that?
It's really big because young players coming in like the freshmen, they need to know what to do here and there because they're new to the high school league, so yeah, it's real big.
All right, how about Trevor? Come on up, man. How excited are you for this season, having this, you know, the number of starters coming back and the way things look?
I'm very excited because, like, you know, you have the same starters, you know, you can run the same stuff. You don't got to chain in around, yeah, like that and stuff.
How good a summer has it been for you guys?
Oh, it's been a great summer. Every day we in the weight room, working out, running, conditioning. Coach tell us we got to be in shape for the season because you just can't run the ball or not.
What have you seen from Jalen working on the offense?
Me and Jalen, like, we like the captain of the offense. I'm the captain of the line. You know, he call out a play. If he don't see something, I'm going to tell him. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be a lookout man. So.
The whole line's tough because you got 5 guys that got to work together. How well have you guys been able to mesh as a group?
Well, as an offensive line, we all come together after practice. We look at film, watch it, talk to each other, tell each other what to do. You know, like LeJaren Bryant, he played left tackle. Me and him, we communicate every day in the weight room, talking about how we gonna do this, how we should do this. We talk to coach about it every day.
What are you looking for the first couple 3 weeks of the season? What do you want to see out of yourself, out of the guys? What are you looking for?
I want to see like great production. You know, everybody rotating in and out, great plays. You know, everybody working hard. You know, not complaining or nothing. You know, everybody doing their job.
How have you embraced the leadership role?
I like it for real. Cause like, you know, playing with Jatari, he teach you a lot. You know, like you got to play behind him. You got to catch up with him too. If not, he's going to run past you. So being a leader, he taught me a lot of stuff.
What are you hoping to get out of your senior season?
A lot more offers, you know. And I really want to state championship this year, you know, in Class 2A.
Too often the offense and defensive line gets overlooked. What's it like to hear your coach say the biggest part and the best part about our team is that line, and you're a part of that, obviously?
Yeah, like offensive line, defensive line, always get overlooked because of the skill player, but you can't go nowhere without a line. You can't run without a line. And the offense can run right through your linebacker, you don't got a defensive line. So without the line, your team not nothing.
What's Coach Lucas like off the field?
Oh, he's a great guy. Yeah, I love Coach to death.
Any good stories?
Nah, I don't got none.
Thank you.
All right, we got Scott. You can stay up. Scott's probably got something to be from Hill Block over there.
Okay.
Hey Trevor, I know offensive line, you guys block for a great many of the playmakers, but I'll talk a little bit about the defensive side. I know you're going to be primarily playing nose guard, you know, with LeJarian and Julius Bullard out there. You know, talk to me a little bit about the camaraderie that you guys have kind of built, and you know what it means to kind of be that stop, you know, that run stop unit.
Well, our defense comes from our coach Robert Langford. He probably like one of the best defense coordinators in the state of Alabama. Like he tell her, you do your job. He said, you do your job, we'll win the whole ball game. He said, the defense do not function without the defensive line. Like us three up there, we like the leaders of the defensive line. If we don't do our job, our linebacker get blocked, and you know the team. So you got to be a great defensive line.
Well, tell me a little bit, you know, coming into last year, you know, you guys worked in Julius a little bit as a freshman, you know. How'd you kind of bring along the young buck?
Well, Julius, he actually been up since his 8th grade, been starting on defense. He was at nose his 8th grade year. So he actually won, like, he already in the system, so we were used to it.
And I know y'all looking at a couple of college offers, but what have you been looking at as far as, you know, what have you been hearing from recruiters right now?
A lot of recruiters telling me they're waiting on the season start, you know. So that's what I'm waiting on. When the season starts, a lot of them talking to me every day, daily.
All right, I think that's it. We appreciate it. Good luck to Lafayette, and on a good season this year. We appreciate y'all coming. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
We'll be right back with more high school football media days after this.
Okay, Jerry, we're back here at Southern Union at the Southern Room, the 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic, Gentry Ware, Guthrie's, Watson Brothers Patio and Hearth, and First South Farm Credit. You know, one of the things that I'm taking away from this is I am very, very impressed with some of these young men that are stepping up to the podium.
Yeah, it's a new experience for them, and a lot of them are handling it pretty well. There's a few kids a little intimidated by the TVs, but it's a good learning experience. A lot of these kids are going to play college ball, and they're going to have to get used to getting interviewed by the media. So it's a good learning experience, and most of them are handling it pretty well.
Yeah, and one of the things that I mentioned to you while the kids were up there talking is the coach had said that he knew that they had bought into the program. Well, as he sat there and listened to them talk, you could see a small smile come on his face almost every time one of them said something, because they are really bought into this program, what the coach is doing.
Yeah, and he's really proud of those kids. I mean, they're like his sons.
Yeah.
And he's proud of them, and he's real proud of them that those kids get to enjoy this experience. They're always going to remember this. You know, being in front of a camera is probably the first time they've ever done it. All right.
I don't have to call in because I got people that already called in.
Right.
And I was like, well, there's no use to me calling.
Come up here and sit down for a second.
We're going to get Coach Lucas up here to talk a little bit. Flip it around, Coach.
Coach Lucas from Lafayette High School. I just want you to know that one of the things that we were just talking about was that you talked about your kids buying into the program. And I noticed and mentioned to Jerry that while you were sitting there listening to the guys, I would see a small smile come on your face, because every one of them talk team. They're bought in. I tell you what, I'm pleased. You must have brought the three most intelligent guys on the team, because they are all well spoken, and I'm very pleased for you and the team.
Well, I wish I could take all the credit, but we got off the felon school list this year for the first time, and we give all the honor and glory to God, and Superintendent Kelly Hodge, and Don Turner, our principal, and the staff at Lafayette High School. And these young men go up there like my child. And I tell them all the time, I said, you know, God put me here for a reason. I have 3 sons, and all 3 of my sons went to college on scholarships and all that good stuff. And I know I don't have $18,000 sitting around the house. Right. I got a son that plays for Tuskegee right now. And he showed me the bill for one semester, $18,500. Wow. And he don't even stay on campus. And I was telling him, I said, look, you do what I ask you to do, things are going to fall in place, because I pray about it. I don't say it's money. It's all from God. We're just a vessel, and these young men understand that, and the parents are starting to understand that, because see, when I first got there, it was a lot of this way, that way, all this kind of stuff, and I was like,
you had a bunch of coaches, didn't you?
Well, I didn't. I really had 4 coaches.
No, I'm talking about the parents.
Oh, yeah. And that will kill a club quick.
Yes, it will.
Because, like, you know, I tell them all the time, when you go to Auburn, you sitting up in the stand, man, they should run this place. They should be good. But then Gus Malzahn said, what you say? You got to do what you got to do.
That's right.
And I told them all this. I said, look, if I catch you turning around paying attention to them fans in the stands, I'm going to put you up there with those fans in the stands.
That's great.
And they like, oh, okay, coach, I got you. And I tell them, you know, the game is made of more than just one play. If it comes down to a kicker have to make or miss a field goal for you to win a ball game, you can't put that blame on that kicker, because you had 100 plays before that play came. You got to do your job. You got to win the battle of the plays. How many you run, you got to win the majority of them. And so they've been bought into it, and I tell them, coaches don't play not one down.
That's right.
We teach you the game so you can understand it when you're out there. I'm looking sideline at a team. I can't see what that other side is doing, but the quarterback, he's looking head on, he can see everything, and if you teach him how to think, he'll think for you. And that's the same thing offensive line. I coach the offensive line because they're the most important people that has to know who to block, how to block them, when to block them. Because people do so many stunts and blitzes. I even break it down to them like this. I said, do you know the difference between a stunt and a blitz? And they said, no, coach, what is it? I said, a stunt is a one man coming at you. A blitz is multiple people coming at you. And they, what? I said, do you know how many runs that you have in football? Oh, coach, you have about powers, you have traps. I said, no, those are blocking schemes. You have inside the tackle and outside the tackle. That's the only run. You got 4 runs. That's it. And I asked the coach at college about it. He said, Coach, we got a lot of. I said, Coach, you're going to have 2 runs. You run inside the tackle or you run outside the tackle. The rest of them are blocking schemes.
Let me ask you this, Coach. This year's going to be a little different. You're going to get thrown in the fire right off the bat. You open up with Hanley. Then you played Lynette, which you have been playing towards the end of the year. Is there a little sense of urgency when you get to fall camp?
Well, the thing about it is, I tell these guys, I said, look, every game is important. Whether it's Lynette, whether it's Hanley, whether it's, Notasulga, all the way down. And we approach every game the same way. We don't make it bigger. We don't make it smaller. We just we focus on ourselves, so getting better, improvement, like the coach was saying earlier. You got to improve, right. and that's what we try to teach our kids. Don't in the playoffs. Don't get we in the playoffs. You keep your same loose skills. You do what you do for the last 10 games, and you go in the playoff with it, and you continue to do it.
There you go.
So one of the things that coming into last season without Whitlow, people just assumed that you weren't going to be any good. And what they didn't realize is that you don't teach we are one man, we're a team. And these guys knew that. They stepped up, and you had another great season last year. And I know you're expecting to have a great season this year. We're expecting you to. We love to talk to the people from Lafayette. One of the best high school games I've been to in the last 5 or 6 years was when y'all hosted Lynette 2 years ago.
That was a shootout that night.
Well,
that was a shootout.
I saw a young man do some things that I didn't know could happen on a football field. But one of the things that I was really impressed with, though, was Whitlow was not the team. He did a lot of great things, but you had some football players on that field that he couldn't have done what he did without them. It was amazing to me to watch. And all of the players that would come in and they'd kind of look up to him because, I mean, obviously he's a super athlete. But the leadership that you had on that team, you still have some of it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and Jerry.
Well, when I think of Lafayette football, I think of speed. You still got it?
Yes. Yes. The defense now, like he was saying, we didn't play a lot of zone last year. Coach Langford done a fantastic job. And I told him this year that, I told him I talked with Nick Saban. I said, Coach Nick, he said, yes, sir. I said, you recruiting Lynette, and we right down the road about 10 minutes, and you're not stopping by my campus. And he said, well, I said, what is the problem? And he said, well, your kids don't understand the zone concept. And so I said, well, okay. So I went back and I told Robert, and Robert was like, what are you talking about? We play man and we do this zone and stuff like that. We do 3 spin and all that kind of stuff. I said, yeah, but he's saying that our kids don't understand the zone technique. So this year, since we got a lot of kids that's playing both ways, now we got to learn how to play zone. But see, when they were playing one way, you didn't have to do all that.
Right.
So this year they're doing it, and they're starting to get that exposure of saying, wow, I like this better. Like the other day we played down in Pike County, they had 4 interceptions. So, it's like, Coach, we like this, But just that added arsenal to what they already know, that's just going to make them just that much tougher. Because they know how to stem. They'll look like they're in cover 2, and then they'll roll down and spin and all that kind of stuff. They know how to, if the team flip, they know how to change the defense alignment. And, it's great.
So how do you think these teams in the South felt about looking at the new regional alignment, and Lafayette was part of their region now?
Well, I tell you what, when I first got there, we was everybody's homecoming.
I know you were.
It was the same way when I was at Notasulga. We was everybody's homecoming. And then after that, people started calling me, telling me about they want to play us. And then after the 2 years up, we're going to do something different. So,
Coach, we really appreciate you sitting here with us.
Okay, we'll do.
We'll be talking to you in season.
All right, thank you.
Now we're going back to the podium, and Van Riggs.
All right, we're going to continue on with our coverage of high school football media days. We appreciate Lafayette and wish them the best of luck, Coach Lucas. And now I want to welcome up Notasulga High School, entering his 4th season as head coach at Notasulga. Coach Anthony Jones has taken the Blue Devils to the playoffs in all 3 seasons as head coach, and also the 1A Region 3 champion in 2015. Coach Jones has a 12-5 record over the 3 seasons also in region play, which is very good. Please welcome up Notasulga and Coach Jones.
Good morning, everybody. Just to give a little overview about us, like he said, I've been here for 4 years as the head coach, but I've been in Notasulga all my life. You know, I'm from there, homegrown, played ball there, and for the chance for me to get back to Notasulga and be a head coach was a blessing. When I got there, it was a crazy ordeal for me getting there. I took the job with maybe 3 weeks into the season and didn't know what was going to happen, but I was blessed to inherit some good athletes. I had some good athletes, some good community help. People rallied behind me. You know, this is my first head coaching job, so I didn't know what to expect. And then when I get there, I didn't have a lot of my kids there. So I had to get out in the community, and that was the best thing about it. Me knowing people in the community, I got to get out and talk to some of the parents, and I got them to come around. So we took off, and just a short story. Like I said, our first year, we ended up winning the region. I had Khalil Jones was the 1A Player of the Year. I ended up winning OA News Coach of the Year, and we took our team to the second round that year. We was a couple of plays away from getting to the third round. But for those guys that I had, they have had, counting myself, they had 3 coaches in 4 years. And for them to trust me to bring in what we did, and they bought in quickly, I was just blessed and surprised that they did what they did for me. They believed in me, you know, and that's all I could ask for out of players. And like I said, last year before that, we had another good year. We ended up going to the second round. We finished second in the region, and we got beat in the second round by the same team. So that team went on to like the 4th round both years. So I told my guys that don't feel bad about that, guys, because you played and you lost to a champion. So the next year, which was last year, came back. Well, I thought that we came out good out the gate, but we got complacent down the road, and we ended up not doing what I thought we should have ended up doing, because I had 15 seniors on that team. And the thing was, you know, we just hit a rocket. The first game we started off, we was good. Then we got down to the middle of the year. You know, I had to deal with some disciplinary problems. We had some injuries. And, you know, I ended up running into Sweetwater, which won 1A last year. So once again, we're back. This team, this year I have, is probably the youngest team that I have. It's a lot of different things that I can elaborate on about this team. During the spring, we had about 40 guys out for 1A football, and I thought that was probably one of the biggest teams I've had, probably one of the biggest teams Notasulga have had in some years too. But the thing about that team, I only have 4 seniors on this team. I have about 16, 17 freshmen on this team. So the people that know football know that, like I was kidding with Scott a few minutes ago, I wake up and I'm thinking I got hair on my head, and I remember that it's all gone. So the thing is, man, we had a good spring. We went down to Selma and played 2 good teams, and we ended up being victorious with what we was doing. One of the other best things that I've had and my coaches have this year, we've had about 35, 40 kids show up for workouts. So when that happens, you know, that's something that you can really build on. They've been busting their tail in the weight room. We've been attending camps. They've been giving me all in camps. I've been having individuals go to camp, getting their learning progress on. So I'm very excited about this year and this team that I have, because as of this point, we don't know what our identity is. But the thing is, we do got a little bit, about a month to figure it out. And the thing that I want us to do, and what we've been working on during the summertime, is being physical and being aggressive. And that's one of the things that I want to have out of this team. Now, me losing 15 seniors was probably, that was a very heartbreaking thing for a 1A program. But the thing is, too, my whole O-line came back except for one person. All my running backs are back. Now, I do have to have a new starting quarterback, but he's doing a great job of learning my offense. And I know that I'm hard to deal with, and I told him that. He was my freshman JV quarterback last year, and now he's a sophomore, so this is his first year on the high school level. But the thing is about him, he's eager to learn. He's a coachable kid. He's a respectful kid. He comes from a great family, and if everybody don't know him, his last name is a Tatum. Now, I've had 3 Tatums in this program since I've been here, and all their names been Walter, Walter, and Walter. But the way that we identify them is by their middle name. Their middle names are different, from Ladarius to Quan to Jeremiah and to Lee. So now I have, which one I got now? Ladarius? Yeah, I got Walter Ladarius now, man. And like I said, he is a guy. You'll know about him this year. He plays basketball. He does track. He's football. He's a great kid. He don't talk much, but you know when he's around because you hear that goofy laugh. And all I could do was just shake my head and say, I know Walter around here somewhere. And the thing about it, when I had all of them on the team, I would say Walter, and all of them say, yes. And I'm like, not you, Walter, the other Walter. Not that Walter, the youngest Walter. That's all you know. So I thought that was very a unique thing that they did get a chance to play together, because this Walter, people didn't understand either. He played for me in 7th grade on varsity. He got in games. That's how I knew once he became of age, he was going to be ready to play. So now I'm depending on him to lead my offense now, and I really think that he can do that. Like I told him, I'm hard on him, but I love him, and I only want the best for him, and I really believe that he's going to do great things for me this year. So the only person that I could bring with me this morning, because I got a lot of kids that's still in camp, another guy I wanted to bring, he had to have mouth surgery this morning. He had put it off so much, he had to get it done, but he's mad because he couldn't be here. But I brought Jaheim Greer with me. He's a junior, and the unique thing about this guy here, he was one of the top 3 guys that finished almost with Defensive Player of the Year in 1A. He had over 150 tackles for me. He was everywhere. He sold popcorn. He gave the tickets out. I lined him up in the backfield, tight end. He's a guy that just loved this game, man. And I love him for all his efforts that he give me. He's in a lot of different programs, but he still finds time to help his teammates. He's a guy that always trying to, give great advice to his teammates as a junior, and that's what I love about him. Even as a sophomore, he was a guy that led for me on that team. He was a guy that get my people, the D-line, together where they are not missed the line. When he come off the field, we have stuff to talk about because he gonna ask 100 questions. I was telling them that last night. But that's one thing that you cannot be mad about as a kid want to learn how to play the game. And when you get kids like that want to ask questions, they want to be involved, they want to work extra, they want to stay over, those are the things that can make you be a great player. Right now, he's being looked at by Southern Miss, Memphis, also Bama State has been on the radar. So that's good stuff for him coming from a small school such as Notasulga. So I'm hoping that he can continue to do that, and I hope that what he has spread among my other 35 guys that I have on the team.
Coach, before we go to that young man, you are from Notasulga. You touched on it a little bit earlier. As you know, I know the Langfords very well, and one thing that when you were hired, your hometown young man, and what does it mean to you to come back to your school and be the coach?
Well, it's like I said, it's a blessing to be here. When I walk down those halls and see things, bring back so many memories. Being on the field, as Jaheim can contest that, I be out there talking about, man, I remember catching a touchdown pass here. getting loose here, and they were like, Coach, you can't run. I said, well, I used to get down back in the day. You know, I didn't always look like this. You know, I was an athlete at one point in time. But like I said, I couldn't be more blessed for the community to embrace me the way they have, from the commissioner to the mayor to all my classmates, other classmates, people before me. And all they do is say, man, I remember you being a water boy out here playing football, getting fussed at by Coach Sykes because they call timeouts and you ain't with the water. You over here trying to play football. And I deal with that now with my water boys. I can't find them when I need them because they over there playing football in the area where we played when I was there. But it's also, I try not to be so hard on myself, and my coaches does a great job of calming me down. I have a great staff, guys, of men, of the camaraderie they have for these guys, and my team love their assistant coaches and their position coaches because those are the guys that really with them more than me. They know these guys. They come and talk to them about problems. They'll come to me too, and they know how I am. I'm gonna give them tough love, but I'm also gonna give them the best advice that I can. But they position coaches are really the people that they open up to, and the position coaches does a great, fantastic job of getting these guys ready to play ball from the schemes that we try to do. So it's just, it's still a dream to me, you know, that I'm on the sideline where it all began. And, you know, I still talk to Coach Sykes, I still talk to Coach Sanderson, Coach Threadgill, Coach Hall, all these guys that played mentors in my life to get me to where I'm at today. I can't thank them enough for giving me the opportunity to be one of the guys that's in this line to be a head coach at Notasulga High School.
Well, Coach, with a lot of the turnover with the seniors from last year, what's your message to the those 4 seniors you have, and then of course the underclassmen like Jaheim?
The 4 guys I have, DeParius Foster, Kanan Mitchell, Jimmy Pitts, and John Travis Wolf. John Travis Wright, we call him Wolf, I'm sorry. But those guys have did a great job during the spring, and I told them, I understand, you know, this is your last year, and you have to take it day by day. Every day that's gone, you won't get it back. That's just a memory. And the thing is that you have to do is you have to make sure that these young guys follow your lead because it's your team. At the end of the day, it's your team. And when it's over, it's over. You don't get another chance in high school to play football once your senior year is over. These guys will get another chance. But you have to take this seriously. Every day you come in this weight room, you be on that practice field, you in the classroom, wherever you are and you represent Notasulga, you have to understand this is it for me. And I want it to be the best thing that I have. Because I tell them every day, once you leave this program, I want you to be a great citizen. You're going to be somebody's father one day, somebody's husband. You're going to have to be a leader. You're going to have a job. You have to understand there's no days off. I want you to understand that you have to be that person. I don't care if you're sick or whatever it is. You can't make an excuse because I tell them excuses get you beat. So you just have to find a way to get it done. And those are what my seniors are doing now. I tell them it's no excuses. We on a mission, and that's the motto that we live by.
When you talk a little bit about the offensive identity, I know you're going to be changing scheme just a little bit. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, to simplify it, we just running the ball. That's all we can do right now. I mean, we're working on the passing, but they already know I have 2 philosophies about throwing the ball. Either you're going to drop it or it's going to get intercepted. And those are the 2 things I don't want to deal with. I feel better with us running the football because that's where our strength is. Our O-line, we have some nice sized guys on our offensive line, ranging from 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", over 240, 260. So for 1A, that's great to have a 1A line like that. And when you have Dale Brown Jr., he's a guy that really has great vision in running the football. He's about 5. I'm going to give him 5'8". He swear he is about 5'8", but I'm going to give him 5'8", about 170, 180 pounds. So he can carry the mail. And his brother is his fullback, standing about 6'1", 6'2". So with those 2 in the backfield, you know, his brother really blocks for him well. And the thing about those 2, I have 4 other running backs that can run the ball too. And all of them are sophomores and juniors. And I got a couple of freshmen as well that can run the ball. So the thing is about Notasulga in the future, I believe, is very bright. Even though I'm losing 4 great seniors, with all those underclassmen, a sophomore and Walter Tatum at quarterback, and those good running backs I have and offensive linemen, I think the only thing we could do is go up.
Well, and one more thing before we get to Shaheem. You know, you all are going to be changing up a little bit of your schedule, your regional schedule. Can you talk a little bit about who you're going to be facing this year and what you're looking at?
Well, we have been in a tough region since I've been here. And the thing was, when I lost Maplesville, I was dancing. I was like, at least I don't have to see them to the playoffs. But then I look at now, I was like, oh, so they going to give me Lynette now. So I was like, so I'm saying, our guys going to be tough. We've played Lynette all my years since I've been here. Coach Story is a guy that I look up to. He's a mentor to me. We talk. I just talked to him a few minutes ago, and he helps me a lot. He only helps me after we done playing, but he does a job that I really commend of him of what he does at Lynette. That's a top program around this area. And I just mimic him a little. I watch him. I look at the things he does. I ask him questions, and I learn things from him. So I'm always trying to learn different things from other coaches, because I tell people just because I'm a head coach, that don't mean I know everything. We got Watley back. That's going to be also a tough deal to deal with Watley. They are a good program. Also, we still got, well, Verbena's new. Verbena's back in there. We used to play them in like 2015 when I first got here. Billingsley dropped from 2A to 1A, so they are with me. And then along with the other foes, with Tarverville and my rival, Lochapoka. So the region is tough once again. It's stacked up against us for a young team, but I really think we'll be up for the challenge, which will start August 23rd.
Thank you, Coach. Gene, can we talk with you for a second? Last year, I think you actually ended up leading the classification in tackles throughout the entire state, you know, and you split that time between defensive end and linebacker. Going into your next year, you're going to be doing that again, but on the offensive side, playing a little bit more tight end. Can you talk a little bit about the versatility you're trying to show for your teammates and try to offer the team?
I mean, it's a lot to, well, it's a lot to learn. Like, I'm not used to playing positions like tight end because, you know, I have a lot of, I can't catch for real, but hey, I'm gonna get it.
That's right.
Well, tell us a little bit about, you know, incorporating some of these new offensive schemes, you know, as you're learning it and as the whole team is learning it, and what you're trying to do to, you know, offer a little bit of leadership for some of these younger guys.
I'm trying to show them not to give up, to push and push through anything, everything, and stay focused.
Well, defensively, I know you're sticking at linebacker, and I know you're looking forward to that a little bit. You know, tell us a little bit about what your goals are for this year, for not just yourself, but the unit as a whole.
I'm trying to lead in tackles, sacks, anything I can lead in, I'm gonna try to lead. And, you know, I'm trying to be a good leader for my team and be a leader on both sides, defense and offense.
One of the things that a lot of people don't realize when they talk about 1A football is how small it really is, and how many of your guys may not live close to the school, so some workouts are hard. And you have guys that are also working and supporting their families. How does that affect your summer workouts?
It plays a big deal in that. Like I said, I was blessed this year to have over 80–85% of my kids come to practice, summer practice at that. And even my young guys, my 7th and 8th graders, been coming. So they are, I don't know, maybe it's something in the water now. I don't know, but they are eager to come and work. And a lot of these guys want to stay over and work. And, you know, even though you're tired, you're trying to get home to your family, if you have kids that want to put work in to get better, you have to sacrifice that sometimes to give them what they need, to get them better, to get them up to where they need to be. And yeah, Notasulga is a rural area. It's big, and what we have to do, sometimes we have to work together. you know, guys that have cars, we have to see can they pick somebody up. Myself, I had to go get me a truck. And that's what I learned from even when Coach Lucas was at Notasulga and the other coaches before. Even Coach Sykes, when he was there, they would come pick us up. And that's what I had to learn how to do too. You know, it didn't matter where they are. You know, I just gas it up and go get them because I need them just as well as they need me. And as long as we can have numbers there to work out, you know, at 1A, that's very important when you have depth. Just as well as one of your ones go down, if a 2 can come in and replace them and still up to par, that's great. Because all it is about is just having timing. And that's what we've been doing this year. Like I said, we've been doing a few things with the speed sweep and, you know, been dilly-dallying with the option. And so when you have your main people there, you can get your timing down. That makes good instead of showing up in August trying to get it together when you're playing 2 or 3 weeks away. It just won't work like that. So I'm very blessed to have this team as close as they are this year. And I think team camaraderie really helps you and builds you along for this tough, long season.
And just one quick comment. One of the things that has happened since you've been there is the community has bought into your program and your winning mindset, and that shows up on improvements on the stadium.
Yeah, we have for a small school, we have a pretty good venue for our stadium, Sandy Knapp Stadium. We just got reserve seats that's which are the same colors. They're blue and white throughout the stadium. We have one of the best concession stands around. Everybody, when they come down, they want to get chicken and fries. I don't know anything about it because I'm on the field, so I don't even know nothing about it. Once I'm off the field, it's gone. So I just hear people talk about it. But, you know, as a coach, I'm happy that people are coming and supporting these kids because that's one of the best things you can have as a small school. When the kids bust through the sign, they see their parents, their friends, the teachers sitting in the stands cheering for them. That makes them play hard. So continue to come out and support Devil Nation. It's stuff that we see out in the community, T-shirts, flags. Man, it's just amazing. You know, I give jerseys to the restaurants that sponsor me, so when you walk in there, you see a Notasulga jersey in there, man, it just make you feel good that people are supporting you through the whole thing that you're dealing with.
You mentioned your rival, Opelika. Obviously, the situation they had wasn't ideal, and Coach Cole took over. We know his pedigree. You know, he coached with Nick Saban, he coached with Bill Belichick. But what does that say about him as a person coming into that situation with the health scare, not knowing what was going to happen with that program, and he took over that school, not knowing anything about where that was going?
Well, I have great respect for Coach Cole and Opelika. They played us tough. That was it's a rivalry. You know, somebody could come in 8-0, somebody else could be 1-6, but you don't know who's gonna win because those kids are gonna play tough, and that's what he had for them last year. You know, we got up on them by 2 or 3 touchdowns, and I think my guys got complained about it. But I look back up in the fourth quarter, it's a 3-point ball game with 3 minutes to go, and they are driving. So I'm sitting here like, what has happened? But the thing is that I know what happened was he instilled in them to not quit, and that's what they didn't do. They kept pushing. They got a few breaks. They got a turnover, and next thing you know, they're in the ball game. So I really think that they're doing a good job up the road for me. We call it the Battle of 14, and it's one of the best rivalries that you can be at. I mean, I know the Auburn Opelikas are good, Central's Opelika, Lafayette, Lynette, but Notasulga and Opelika is special because mostly everybody's kin between Opelika and Notasulga, and it's only 10 minutes away. So it's plenty of trash talking and rivalries going on that week for the Battle of 14, but it's all out of love, it's respect. You know, at the end we shake hands, we do our prayers, and we wish them the best as they go on. But for that week, it's pure hate for that week.
We'll be sure to get up to a game and save you a piece of chicken too.
I will tell them to have you some chicken.
Thank you.
Coach, good luck. We appreciate it. Good luck to Notasulga this year. Thank you.
Hey, thank y'all for having me.
Central Phoenix City on the way in next here on High School Football Media Days.
Okay, we're back here at Southern Union in the Southern Room for another segment of 97.7 Kicker FM High School Media Days, sponsored by the Orthopedic Clinic, Gentry Ware Motor Company, Guthrie's, great chicken, Watson Brothers Patio and Hearth, and First South Farm Credit. We just heard from Notasulga, one of the smallest schools in the state, and we're about to hear from Central of Phoenix City, one of the largest schools in the state. One team comes in with just 25 or 30 players, and they all have to play both ways, and it's an amazing thing to go and watch a 1A game and then go and watch a 6 or 7A game. It's so different. Jerry, I was just mentioning that we have one of the smallest schools in the state up, and now we got one of the largest schools coming in, and the difference in football is remarkable at 1A and 7A. But I'm gonna tell you something. There's nobody in 7A that competes any harder than these kids do in 1A.
No, 1A, they got to go both ways.
They do.
I would say about 9 kids go both ways, and you very seldom see that in 7A unless he's one great athlete playing both ways in 7A. But 1A, boy, they got to be in shape because they're on the field the whole game.
Yeah, they are, and it's kind of strange when you're used to 6A and 7A, and then you go to a 1A game and you see how small the numbers are. But I want to tell you what you don't see small, especially at Notasulga, Lafayette, Lynette. You don't see small crowds. These communities have bought into the programs, and they love, just like everybody else, they love winning.
Yeah, but Friday nights in a small community about 5 o'clock, that town shuts down.
It does.
They're going to go watch their team play football. It's a big event. It's a great time for the community to get together and meet folks they haven't seen in a while. You know, all during the summer they probably don't see each other, and they get together during the fall, going to football games.
That's right. And one of the things that Coach Jones mentioned, and I'm going to reiterate this because I'm one of those people that have been there and been able to experience that great fried chicken and French fries. They do that at the game now. They have 2 concession stands, one on each side of the entrance, and you can get a lot of different things. You go to a lot of schools, their stadiums, and they specialize in something. Well, these ladies that work down there work hard, and they put together a good chicken wings and French fries. I'll tell you what, it's just unbelievable how good some of these venues are. And one of the things that I wanted to mention too was how nice their stadium is becoming. They're improving that every year, and it's remarkable to me that it just continues to grow.
Hey, Coach.
How you doing, sir?
Good. One of our big supporters of our show every Friday night, Coach Jones from Notasulga. He is a diehard Cardinal. He knows all his local teams. Good to have you.
Thank y'all for having me, man. It means a lot for the kids. Jaheim really enjoyed it. So I wish a lot of my other ones, the other 2 I had, could have made it. But like I said, they're in camp, and one had surgery. So it's just good exposure for young kids to come from a small community.
Right, I was telling Eddie, a lot of these kids, the first time they're in front of a camera.
Yeah.
So it's a good learning experience because maybe down the road they're going to have to get used to that.
Well, I think I bought the right one because he is going to be, he's going to play some sports in college, man. He's on the honor roll. His ACT score is he needs to get a little better, but he's where he can go to some schools. But like I said, to have Memphis and Southern Miss come through Notasulga, even Furman, they come from, I'm like, how did y'all hear about this guy and from this little small area? But I forgot they go to these Adidas camps and Nike camps, so they keep up with them.
And once these coaches start coming to school, they're coming back because they see there's some more talent down the road.
Yeah, like I told them, man, we got some freshmen that do not look like freshmen. They look like grown men, but, they still 14, 15 years old. And I told my coaches that you know, we're not going to get them where they are too nervous, anything like that. Just take it one day at a time, because they're going to get nervous. That first game with them lights come on in varsity football is a whole different deal than JV football. So we just hoping that they can do what they need to do.
Let me just say one thing real quick. Any of you that listen to our show on Friday nights know that this coach right here calls in every Friday night and talks about his players. And we appreciate you calling. Now we're going to go back to the podium for introduction of Central High School.
High School Media Days, and we've had our share of laughs already. Coach Jones, it was great to hear from you in Notasulga. Again, we're here at the Southern Room on the campus of Southern University State Community College for East Alabama High School Media Days, presented by the Kicker and Orthopedic Clinic. Central Phoenix City, Valley, and Opelika are the last three schools up today, and of course the Orthopedic Clinic. We certainly appreciate their partnership as well. Coach Dubose and the Central Red Devils are in the house. We were talking, Coach Dubose has been around quite a while and coached across the street many years. We were having a little joke a few seconds ago, and Coach said it's always good to be the best looking guy on stage, and talking about his nice attire, and he said it's always good to have the most hair on stage. I said, no, Coach, you got that one wrong. But anyway, no hair for you, Coach. But Central High School, Coach Jamie Dubose, he started his coaching career in 2002. He went to Prattville in 2008. He had a little bit of success there, won a few games while he was at Prattville. 3 state titles in 4 years, 45 wins in 4 years, 2 seasons in Florence. Won 16 games in Florence in 2 seasons. Been at Central for 4 seasons. He's only won 40 games. He's only won 4 straight region titles. And he's been to 3 straight semifinal appearances. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend and head coach of the Central Red Devils, Coach Jamie Dubose.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you very much, D. Martin. You know, those are great words to be said about you, but again, you know, I want to make sure I let everybody know that couldn't have been done without some great coaches that I've had in the past and that worked with me and for me. And just like these guys up here, we've been fortunate to have some great football players over the last few years. And, you know, we're just excited about another year coming up. And, you know, we've got another really good football team in front of us this year. And, you know, we're excited to be where we're at. You know, we've come up short 3 years in a row. When I say come up short, you know, that's 1 game shy of what our goal is, and that's get to the state championship. And nothing's changed this year. You know, everybody always wants to know what your goals are. At Central, they're always the same. They always go undefeated. They always win the region. They always win the South, and they always accomplish that ultimate thing of getting to the state championship. You know, and this year's no different. The guys have set out to get back. You know, I got asked a unique question the other day. Matter of fact, you know, Coach, what do y'all talk about, and what do you say about the last 3 years and losing that final game? And you know, you know, how do you handle that, or what do you do? Well, number one, we put it in the rearview mirror. It's something we can't do anything about. It happened. We're not happy about it. Let me tell you, these guys will tell you, I probably mourn more than anything else in the world over a loss. That's why I'm thankful, Lord above, that we don't have it happen too often. But last year it did happen, and it happened in the semifinals. And you know, we took 2 or 3 weeks off to just get away and you know, rethink things and reevaluate and look at things and see what happened and see what didn't happen. And you know, then when we start back in January, it's a new season, it's a new day, it's a new team, it's new ideas again. So you know, we don't talk about it, we don't discuss it, we don't go back to it. This group of players that we got this year, a lot of these, even these guys up here, played in that game. But you know, you can't judge these guys, and we can't figure our year out on what happened last year. It's time to move on, and it's time to get to a new day. So, you know, our new day started in January, and these guys have really dedicated themselves and done an outstanding job for us this year. And you know, I'm excited to, you know, get started on a new year. D. Mark said a long time. This is that monumental year for a head coach when you get in Alabama or education. This is number 25 for me. So, man, I've looked forward to this for 25 years. Now you can coach and have fun, and you ain't got to worry about it. So before you had to worry about what's going on every day, you know, and trying to get to that 25th year and hang on. But you know, it's just fun, it's relaxing, and it's enjoyable. And going back and looking over 25 years, D-Mark mentioned being at Opelika, it was a lot of lessons were learned here, and a lot of things were learned here from Coach McCracken that I take back. Man, I want to give credit to those guys that got me to where I'm at. I spent an entire day yesterday with Bill Clark, who I owe a lot to. Who I was an offensive coordinator under at UAB. I mean, he's at UAB now, but when we were at Prattville, and I followed, and you know, Rush Propes, I spent time with him and learned a lot, and got a lot of football from him, a lot of things. He's at Colquitt County now, and you know, I'm leaving guys out. John Gross is at Jacksonville State. I was with him. You know, and man, I've been really fortunate over my life. I just named off guys that are legends as far as high school football goes, and some of them even successful now in college football. So I'm very fortunate to be given the opportunity that I had. I'm very fortunate to be at Central. And I'm fortunate to have been at the schools I've been at to develop who I am and get the knowledge that I need to help these guys and help guys do what they're supposed to do. I'm not really sure. I will open it up, I guess, in a second for questions. Y'all know, if you know me very much, I'm just going to talk for a little while. I got a lot to say, so I'll tell you a little bit about our season. We open on August 25th. Some people don't know that because I know on a couple of the schedules it's not on there. But on August 25th, we open up at Lakewood Stadium in Atlanta for the first ever C1N. That's the Cam Newton Foundation. His dad, Cecil Newton, runs it, but we're playing in the C1N Battle of the Border Wars. It's us in Georgia. They got 3 Alabama schools and 3 Georgia schools. We are the 8 p.m. game Eastern time on the 25th. They're still working out details maybe on TV or anything else, but also on that day, Sidney Lanier will play Westlake earlier in the day, and then the mid-game will be Clay Chalkville versus Griffin, Georgia, Griffin High School out of Georgia, and then we'll play Benjamin E. Mays late that night. Benjamin E. Mays is a very talented team. They're a team that went deep in the Georgia playoffs last year. They're a large school over there, so we're expecting a big game out of that. You know, we'll follow that with Meridian, Mississippi at home. Meridian is another very talented team. I read the other day they got 4 guys committed in the SEC right now. So, you know, we're going to get started off the bat with 2 big games. We're going to find out who we are. But if you followed me in my career, I'm big on that. I love to play an opening game that's going to test us and find out where we are and where we need to go. You know, it's great to do that. You know, I get that off the SEC and the ACC with what they do now. In their opening games, if you look what they do, it's just a great measuring tool to where you're headed. You know, our region is very tough. It always is. We play in East Alabama, there's two areas in Alabama, and you can't ask anybody better than me. I've coached from Alma Bryant, which is in the Bayou, all the way to Florence. So I've been all over this state coaching. There's 2 areas I view as very good football areas. Birmingham is an unbelievable area. They got good coaching, they got good football players. And Mobile is another area that's got good talent, but when you talk about East Alabama, and I've said this before, I've said it on D-Mark's show, one of the things that got me back here, when you overall look at what we got, we may not be as big an area as Birmingham or Mobile, but the East Alabama schools have the best talent and the best coaching that I've been around, and I'm very pleased to be a part of that. That's what got me back over here week in and week out, man. It's an SEC West over here, whoever you play and whatever you do. You know, Auburn does an outstanding job. We get them at home, luckily, this year, because every time I went over there, man, it's been a barn burner. And it's went down to the wire, and we've had some crazy games. We were up 21-0 a couple of years ago with 3.5 minutes to go, and I'd be darned if we're not in overtime. And I think I fired myself 3 times in that game right there in that 3-minute stretch. So, again, and Coach Weingartner, what he does, I'm not knocking his kids, but we're going to get off the bus and we're going to look a lot better, and you're going to feel good about yourself. And then when you get hit in the mouth after 4 quarters, you're going to try to figure things out. So he does an unbelievable job, and those guys play extremely hard. And then we got to come to Opelika. And I'm going to tell you something now. I mean, we had a conversation a minute, and I may step on his thunder, but we had one of these players up here tell me, he said, Coach, man, Opelika, when we go, it's tough. And it is. It's a tough place to go. It's a tough place to play. It's one of the best high school environments you can find. And we try to do the same thing over at Central, and that's what I'm talking about. In East Alabama, it leads back to your communities. Your communities and the support that they do on these guys that are sitting up here and guys at their school, and the backing that they give and the stadiums we get to play in and the atmosphere they create is unbelievable. So, you know, my hat's off to East Alabama from Lafayette. Look, I don't want to just talk about the big schools. Lafayette, look at what they've done. Look at what Beauregard's done. I can keep going. The list can go on and on. We've got great football talent over here. So, you know, anybody that hears this or anybody that knows this, get out and support these guys on Friday night. Get involved in the community you're in. It'll be really, really good. And, you know, I'm looking forward to continuing to be a part of that. And, you know, again, we as I said earlier, we've got our normal region games. We've got to go to Prattville again, which has got a new coach and a lot of excitement going on over there this year. So we're going to have to do a good job when we go there. We get Robert E. Lee at home. We got to go over to Crampton Bowl. I love playing at Crampton Bowl. That's one of my favorite places to play. It's a beautiful venue. It's a place to go and play in a college-type arena and get your players ready for the big game. So I'm excited about that also, to be able to do that. Biggest thing I want to mention is we finished the year. I don't know how it worked out. Everybody thinks we scheduled it this year this way, and I think Coach Weingartner wanted it this way because we've been playing Auburn early in the year. And if you know the history of Auburn, and I don't want to give out any secrets, they're not quite as good sometimes early as they are late. If you look at their history, they get really, really good as the year goes on. Well, guess what? We get them week 10 this year. So, you know, we're hoping that game will be this big as everybody plans it out, because we got a home game, and I'd love to have that gate. So a lot of people think that game may be for our region title, and if it is, it'd be great for East Alabama. It'd be great for the communities. It'd be great for the people here. It'd be great for the players involved. So, you know, we'll see. We're going to play it. We're going to go out every week. We're going to tie our shoes up and put our hats on, and we're going to go play. We're going to see where it's at and see what happens, okay? All right.
Let's stick with talent. You mentioned all of East Alabama, but your school specifically, you have two guys with you committed to a Power 5 and another one about to do it soon. What does that say about your program? Because it's not just this year, it's previous years as well.
Well, our program's just a process. These guys understand that. We have a process when they start in the 10th grade. Sometimes you got to wait your turn. Sometimes you got to wait what happens. We have got a lot of good football players, and I think one of the biggest things they'll tell you is competition. Every day you go to practice for us, it's about competition and making you better, whether it's the weight room, whether it's the classroom, whether it's on the field. College coaches are going to come around, and if you don't do what you're supposed to or you don't get on the field, you don't have a chance. So to get recruited, it's all about competition. It's all about our coaches that are involved, and I would not be right to say that it's not about our administration. Our administration does and gives us what we need to be successful for these young kids, and my hats are off to them.
Just as background information, how many guys do coming back for starters and how many seniors on this year's team?
Well, you know, seniors, I don't count right now. We're 40 plus. We have 128 that are dressing 10 through 12 right now, and that's we've had probably 15 to 20 over the summer we've lost. So we were close to 150. So we're at 128. And that's good because we only have 130 jerseys for the Cam Newton game, so it's working out good right now. So, but we got 8 returners on defense. We got a lot of guys coming back on defense. We have only 2 on offense. We have 3 that've had significant playing time. But I'm fixing to tell you something that I really mean. I feel as good about our offense as I've felt since I've been there in 5 years. I think up front we're as athletic and as big as we've been all year since I've been here at any point in time. We were hurt at the wide receiver position a lot last year. We've got 4 new guys coming in, basically 3 with not much playing time, but we've had very good summer work. We've done a good job getting ready, and I feel real good about where they are. Now, offered guys, everybody always want to ask, we have 15 Division I or 1AA offered guys right now on our team. Our whole secondary's been offered, and all of them are seniors. 3 of our 4 linebackers have offers, and all of them are seniors. So we are led defensively right now. We've got a lot of senior defensive guys on the offensive line. We've got 3 seniors and 2 juniors. So, you know, our backfield, 2 of them guys are here now. We've got 2 seniors returning with a lot of playing time. So, you know, we've got people in positions we need. Now, the other guys have had significant time of playing, so we'll see how that works out.
How good is it to have a returning starting quarterback?
Oh, it's great. Not only 1, but 2. He'll tell you that in a minute. Both of our guys have played a lot. We play a lot of guys at quarterback for a lot of reasons. We let them come off and see the defense a little bit from a different angle at times, and we want to keep them fresh at times. So, you know, Peter has done an outstanding job of leading us and getting our team ready each and every day, and it feels really good to have a starting running back. We've got both of our backfield back. So, you know, again, we've got 2 key guys, and they're here with us today, but it feels really good.
You guys have had a busy summer.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about with this team, maybe in a difference from last year to this year?
Good question. You know, I guess just getting back on the field. Every year is a new year for me. The excitement would be is just trying to kick the door in that semifinal game, get back to that game, and see if we can finally get in through that door and do something different. And this team right here, I'll talk a little bit about our senior class. In the 7th grade, no losses. 8th grade, no losses. 9th grade, no losses. 10th grade was the first time they were ever involved in a football loss. We lost the game at Hoover, the first game of the year. And then we lost the semifinal game, and they lost the other 2. So this senior class has only lost 3 football games while they've been at Central. Our junior class has only lost 2 football games. So we have a lot of winning in this group that's coming up in the groups, and I think they know how to win and they know what to do. One good thing I can say now in year 5, everybody knows the process. Everybody knows what we do, and you guys come around and, you know, y'all talk to us at practice and things, and if you know me, I'm a creature of habit. I get bored sometimes, but I eat the same things on game day, wear the same clothes, eat the same thing on Tuesday that I eat all year. We're just a creature of habit at our place. We're going to do the same thing, and we're not going to break it. And these guys will tell you we eat the same pregame meal when we start winning a lot. So, I mean, it's just who we are and what we do. We believe in it, and I'm ready to get back to it and make another run.
How do you feel the first game they're playing against in this new Cam Newton game that he's starting this year? It's almost kind of like a rivalry game with the Battle of the Borders. Got that feel to it. How is that different starting out game 1 than you have in the previous years?
Well, it's always fun to play somebody from another state. These guys might can answer it more, but we try to build it up like a college atmosphere, Alabama versus Georgia. That's what we'll talk about all week. We won't really concern ourselves with Benjamin E. Mays. We're going to concern ourselves with we're representing Alabama football. We're representing every coach in this state. We're representing every player, and our job is to go win. And that's what we're going to try to do, and we're going to do it in a class way. And, you know, as far as knowledge of Benjamin May, I didn't even know who they were till this game was brought up. After watching some film on them, I know who they are. They're very good. They got a lot of talent. So, you know, we're going to have to go over their place 2 years in a row. This is a 2-year gig, and we're going to have to play in their environment, and we're excited about it. But, you know, the thing I like most about it is it brings attention. It's another way to bring something to your community. It's another way to bring more publicity for these guys, and that's what it's all about. That's what football game does is bring out the best in people and in communities.
You want to go ahead and get the players, Peter?
All right.
Any other questions?
All right, Peter, so first off, I just want to know, why LSU? What was that process like? I know Coach Dubose off camera said there's a story to that. Let's hear that.
Yeah, it was just like the whole process that I went through, you know, when I stepped on campus. It was just like the entire coaching staff was showing me love, you know, even the players, you know, I talked to them a little bit. They were showing me a lot of love, and you know, like I said, the entire process of when I first got on campus, it just felt right. So.
What's the difference between being the quarterback for the first time last year and then taking this role over as the guy that was there before, the guy that everybody trusts and that the coach has 100% faith in?
Right. You know, I feel like I got you know, more experience than I did last year. You know, starting last year, first game, you know, I had the butterflies and things like that. You know, I had the nerves and stuff like that. But this year, I feel like, you know, I got more confidence than I had last year. So.
How can you be a leader to the guys that are part of this program? A lot of them are looking to be where you're at right now, committed to a Power 5 school before their senior year even starts. How can you guide them not only in that process for helping for colleges, but also being the best high school player that they can be and the best teammate they can be?
You know, it's just showing them, you know, the right things to do on and off the field. You know, giving them, you know, a leader to look up to. You know, it's just really, you know, being that public figure for everyone to look up to.
A lot of new faces in the starting lineup for y'all this year. Of course, you got Amonte back there, coming back and running back, with the new faces and everything else. How long does it take to get everybody on the same page, to get everything flowing the way you want it to?
Yeah, we do that a lot in summer workouts. You know, we go over all the things that we have to do, you know, that we're going to be prepared for it during, you know, come game time. It's just, you know, the summer workouts, we do all that stuff during that time. So it's just the process that we do.
Just kind of hit the ground running by the time you get around to full packed
yes,
practice.
Sir.
How about the way they start this season now with 2 games against out-of-state schools?
Yeah, it's very exciting. You know, we're ready for it. You know, we've been working hard this off season, and we're excited to get the season rolling. You know.
All right, Monte.
Yeah.
How ready are you to get this thing going?
Pretty excited about it. The team we have coming back, it's a young team, but you know, everything's a process, like Coach DeBow said. So being able to work those guys in and get season roll is pretty good.
How about yourself? What do you see in terms of goals for yourself, and goals for the team walking in the door this year?
Goals for myself, staying healthy. That's all I have to do. Taking more carries this year, so just being able to produce for the team, and as a team, just getting back to where we were, like Coach DeBow said, kicking in the door and getting to the state championship game, so that could be a step forward.
When it comes to picking a school, obviously the 2 guys next to you have already done so. Do you hope to do that before the season starts or after the season so you can focus on football?
I'll be doing that before the season starts. The exact date would be August the 6th. I don't know an exact time yet, but I'll let you guys know.
What's this whole process been like? You know, the whole recruiting, you know, other guys are picking schools, and it's just the whole community is looking for you to see where you're heading.
I mean, as a young athlete, having all the attention that you have and the power that you have, like being able to influence guys and doing what you do, I mean, it's a big responsibility. You know, you got to have the public eye, you doing everything right. So just being in that spotlight at such a young age, you want to do right.
Do you feel like there's any more pressure on you and on the run game with a guy like Justin Ross graduating?
We have 2 good backs this year, of course, in Joseph McKay. He's a young kid, but he's a good player. So me and him being in the backfield is pretty good. So.
What do you think makes this team special this year?
The drive we have. You know, we have young guys, but they have the will to win, you know. Like Coach DeBow said, we have guys that have been winning our whole career, so we're coming back with that same mindset, looking to do the same thing.
You get to look at the defense every day in practice.
Yeah.
Talk about the defense.
Defense, man, those guys are amazing. We got guys like Ray Thornton, Trayvon Miller coming back, stuff like that. With having so much experience in the defense, it gives you a little ease on offense. You know, if we don't come out, we don't score, defense comes, they get a stop. You know, that's very exciting.
Is it one of those, we're looking at the best defense we're going to play every day?
Those guys are pretty good. So, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we face the best defense every day, so we should hit the ground running.
All right, Ray, your turn. Nice to hear about the defense, how strong and how you guys are going to be the ones everybody's looking at. What do you look at as what you guys have to do this season?
You know, we just have to work hard. You know, we have a desire. You know, we're able to win. You know, we just have to work hard.
What makes this defense so good?
We're fast. Fast defense, every position. We have speed on the field.
With the number of you guys coming back and the number of starters coming back too, how much is the experience, the game experience, how much does that help?
The experience, like during the game, is easy because, you know, we have so many starters coming back. We our confidence. We have a lot of confidence when we get on the field.
What sealed the deal for you with Clemson?
You know, it's been You know, I've loved Clemson ever since I was a sophomore. So I went down there, I gained a relationship with the coaches, and I fell in love.
You excited to play again with Justin Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
Favorite saying by Dadeville Sweeney?
I really don't have a favorite saying, but it's just, you know, the way he treats his kids. You know, I love it. The relationship he has with the players and, you know, their parents. I love it. And also my mom, she loves him too.
That's probably the biggest thing, right?
I remember the last time we talked to Justin Ross, one of the things he said when it came to Dadeville Sweeney is he kind of compared him to the coach you guys have right now. Do you see that comparison?
I see like intensity-wise, you know, humor, you know, funny, and yeah, the intensity.
The fact that this is a team that's used to winning. What is it about winning that makes it? It's kind of contagious, isn't it? What is it about building up a winning attitude, winning program?
It is contagious. We're all about winning. You know, when we step on the field, that's all we want to do is win and dominate.
The confidence level, so is that part of it as well? That you know you're going to win?
Yes, sir. The confidence level is high.
Is there a better name in football than Coach McCracken? And what's he like to play for?
To play for him, you know, it's very exciting.
No, I'm sorry.
Coach, yeah, Coach Bowles.
I didn't transition, but what's it like to play for Coach Bowles? I was just asking about McCracken.
Wasn't clear. It's fun playing with Coach Bowles because, you know, he's always, you know, he's always pumped up about everything he does. He wants to do it right, and we're gonna have fun. And, you know, I love him because he cares. He cares about us. He may work hard. Yeah, we're gonna work hard, but he's always careful.
All right, guys, I think that wraps up questions. We appreciate it. Good luck, Coach DeVos. Good luck, Central. Appreciate y'all coming. Thank y'all. We'll be back with more high school football media days in just a moment with the Valley Rams.
All right, we're back with the media day here in Southern Union. Nice facility, and we just heard from one of the premier programs in the state, Eddie, Central High School. They have dominated high school football, but there's one team that just gets them every time. It's McGill-Tulane.
Yeah, and you know, I guess it's because they're young. I love it when a player steps up and says, hey, we're a young team, and they got 28 seniors.
Well, they're all young. 17, 18, all young. Anyway, their defense sounds like they're senior-oriented. I think they got 8 or 9 senior starters on defense.
Yeah, and it was very interesting to hear that every player in the secondary, 3 of the 4 linebackers have D1 offers. Yeah, it's a talent-rich area. They're able to pull from Smith Station, Russell County. It's a unique situation there, and
it's a big deal. They see every SEC coach walk up and down their hallways.
Yes, they do.
When I was in high school, I saw Bear Bryant walk up and down our hallways 4 times. I mean, so it's a great experience for the community and the kids in high school.
Well, these guys, you know, it's kind of like he said, you know, you might be a super athlete, but you got to wait for your time. And these reporters talked a lot about Justin Ross. You know, I don't know that these guys are not as good or better. Justin was a good ball player, but
yeah, and this Spivey kid, besides Webb, he's the best running back I've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. A senior now. I know a lot of schools are looking at him. I'm not real sure what schools, but that kid was impressive. I saw him last year against Auburn High School, and he was probably the best back besides maybe Webb that I've seen in 3 or 4 years.
Well, there's something else. He has a terrific offensive line. You know, if you want to watch a team that the players do what they're supposed to do, it's very seldom that you see a Central High School football player do the wrong thing. It's not that they're the greatest team on earth. It's not that they're the greatest coach team on earth. But I'm gonna tell you what, they're very disciplined. They've bought into the process. It's not a system. It's obviously some Nick Saban stuff. It's a process, and it's true. It is a process.
Yeah, and one thing I could say about most of those kids that come out of Central, you don't hear them in college get in trouble.
That's right.
They learned. Coach Dubose stresses those kids are going to do it the right way, and when they go out there in college, you don't hear many of ex-Central players getting in trouble. Well-schooled. These 3 kids here are all well-spoken. They're going to be impressive to watch, and I'm looking forward to them traveling here at Opelika. Opelika always gives them a good game. Should be a great game.
Yeah, I love to hear Coach Dubose say that one of the players says that this is one of the hardest places that they play every year. And, you know, Opelika is a very hard-hitting team, and the Central Red Devils, it's a big rivalry because these kids, just like Auburn and Opelika, these kids have played against each other in baseball and football and basketball all through the years. It's not they're not walking out on the field against strangers.
No, they played probably Little League Baseball against each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since they were 10 years old. So they know each other, they respect each other, but they want to win when they get on that field like any top-notch program. We're getting ready shortly for the Valley Rams, and the whole ex-Opelika offensive line coach, Buster Daniels, is the head coach.
You know, what's interesting is that the last 3 schools that we have today are either current or former Opelika coaches.
Yeah, all under the McCracken tree.
Okay.
All right.
And here we go.
All right, welcome back. High School Football Media Days. We appreciate Central, Jamie DeBose, and their crew, and wish them the best of luck. We're going to continue on. We've got 2 more schools before we wrap up High School Football Media Days. Opelika will finish things up. Our next school, we'll welcome up Valley High School. Coach Buster Daniel, he's entering his 2nd year as head coach of the Valley Rams. And when you've been someplace for 22 seasons, it's got to be a special place to pull you away. And I know Valley is a big special place for Coach Daniel. And I want to wish them the best of luck. Bring up Coach Buster Daniel and the Valley Rams.
All right, appreciate it. And I tell you what, this is extremely exciting for this kind of venue for high school football. I'm excited to be here. My kids are excited to be here, and I was talking to D. Mark Mitchell a while ago, and Van, of course, and all these guys, and talking about how special this is. This is a really, really unique thing for this area. You know, we've never had anything like this. So, and it gives us a chance to talk about our program and our kids, and get them out there for everybody to know what's going on. But Just, a couple things, talk about the program a little bit. When we came in last year, Valley had been through 5 head coaches in the last 6 years. There wasn't a whole lot of trust with the kids and the coaches. Matter of fact, I had a kid after season this year ask me, said, "Coach, are you leaving?" So there wasn't much trust going on. So we came in and we're trying to build that. They understand that I'm not going anywhere. Our coaches are not going anywhere. We're trying to build a program. Last year's season wasn't where we wanted it to be. We were 2-8. That's one more game they've been winning, but that doesn't matter. It's not what we look at. We're 2-8. We should have won 5 games easily. But the thing that you noticed with our kids up there, that what they've been through over the past 5 years, that it was just easy to give up. If something went bad, you got behind, it was just easy for them to give up, and that's what they've been used to. What we're changing now is you've heard everybody talk about changing cultures. That's the big word now throughout the state and throughout football, is changing cultures. Well, that's what we're trying to do. And culture means you change how they think, how they work out, how they run sprints, how they practice. And that's what we've been working on since we've been there. And since the fall, our kids, their attitudes have changed 180 degrees. I mean, it's amazing the growth and the attitudes have changed in these guys. I mean, it's really amazing. Just for example, last year in the fall, at the end of practice, we run 2 sprints, man, they were complaining, wasn't you? Fussing and having to run a sprint. Well, they've changed that. We've been running and working their back ends off all summer, and it's not one time they complain. They just jump in and do everything we ask them to do. So that's the kind of thing we're looking for. We got great kids up there. We got good coaches. Administrations are great. They're behind us. They want us to do well also. So the whole place is turning around. It's going in the direction we want it to be. Schedule for this year, I tell you, we were in a region last year, a little bit northern of us. I kind of wanted to get a shot back at them this year, but for some reason they changed our region around, and it got a little tougher. We're getting better, but our region and schedules got a little tougher. We open up with, of course, Lafayette, state champion. They got a lot of athletes up there. So, we get to open up and see what we're all about to start with. The next game we got is Smith Station, which is a 7A. Big schools, and I'm kind of worried about that. We're about to getting our kids hurt. They may have 5 or 6 deep at each position, where we got 1, maybe 2. So then, after that, then we got Beauregard, which is also a state champion 2 years ago in 5A. So, we didn't make our schedule real easy. For a team that's rebuilding, we should have thought about that a little bit better. But our schedule this year, it's really going to be tough. New region, in which that is, our region, if you go down, Beauregard's the only team that was in there last year, same region as us. You go down the interstate, you got Tallahassee, which was a 4A, been powerhouse a long time. They moved up to 5, so they're in our region. Then you go down, you got Greenville, which is absolutely loaded with talent. They are every single year. So we got to run into that. Then we got Charles Henderson. Also, again, they're always a powerhouse down that way in Troy. Carroll Ozark, which Carroll Ozark has been a dominant team for over the last 3 or 4 years. I think couple of years they were 9-1, 10-0 in regular season. Roger McDonald's the former Valley coach. Most of y'all know him. He's gonna do what he does. He's gonna line up an eye, run straight at you, and see if you can stop it. But they've been a really good team the last couple of years. Rehoboth down that way is another team we're going to play this year in our region. And then we got our non-region is, of course, Lafayette, Smith Station, Marbury, which is up around Prattville, I think. I've never even played them, so I don't know where they are. But and then we end up with Ben Russell. Everybody in this area knows about Benjamin Russell. Hard-nosed kids, fight. They're just real tough, and always a tough opponent for whoever they play. So our schedule is really lined up, just to be a war every week. So we don't have any time to take off. So the kids, they understand they got to get in and go to work. They got to do things the right way, and they got to do the things the right way all the time for us to be successful. And these young men have really done that. They're buying into what we're selling, and it took a little time. It really did. But they're doing that, and they're I think they're ready to go. And I'm looking for an exciting season, which starts on August 24th with Lafayette. That's about it, I guess, in a nutshell. And unless you got any questions for me,
all right.
I'm just excited to get going.
We'll start.
Hey, Coach, Rashad Milligan, Valley Times.
Hey, Rashad, how you doing?
All right. Thanks for asking. With such a tough schedule, how do you keep that confidence up with you and your team for making the state playoffs this year?
Well, you know, that's the main goal is make the playoffs. But you know, we got to take these games one week at a time. You know, we can't overlook any opponent because it's such a tough schedule. You know, we're going to take them one day at a time, and we're going to practice one day at a time. And you know, if the kids do things the right way and they work hard as they've been doing since last December, you know, win and lose and take care of itself.
How do you build that trust with the players when you have 5 coaches in 6 years? It's almost something that you don't see very often, if at all.
Well, that's the thing I've been doing. I've been going, you know, these kids need somebody to care about them, somebody to love on them, and they've had coaches there in place. It's been there for years, but, you know, every year for the last 6 years, the head coach is just, you know, up and left. You know, for whatever reason. You know, I'm not saying anything good or bad about anybody, but you have to go in and let the kids know that, you know, you care about them, you're going to treat them right, and you're going to do the right thing for them. You know, and it takes a little time now. You don't do that thing overnight. You know, I've known some of these kids. I've known this one right here his whole life. But, you know, it still had to build that trust with him, even though he knew me. You know, they had to understand that I wasn't going anywhere, that I was going to do the right things just like I expect them to do.
What's maybe the biggest thing you learned now looking at film from last year?
That we wasn't ready to play football every week. You know, matter of fact, I talked to you a while ago, Brooke, about watching the Lynette game from last year, and just about got sick. The things we were doing, we allowed teams to dictate what we were doing, and you know, you can't do that. You got to take advantage of what they do. So it's going to take a little time, a little prep, watching film, doing work, and doing the things the right way. But that's the biggest thing, just, you know, seeing what we didn't do well last year.
Coach, after a 2-8 season, I know last year you really got the community starting to rally around y'all. You know, how's that changed from year 1 and going into year 2? I know you started doing the youth programs, you know, getting the communities coming together, all the parents, you know, all the players. You know, what's the change that you've seen in that group?
Well, you know, we had a lot of support last year. You know, they jumped on board. You know, anytime something's new, everybody wants to get involved, but they're still there. They're not going away. And then we're getting more and more support. You know, people in Valley are great people. They're hardworking people. They always have been. They want to be successful just like any other school does. So they're going to support us. You know, they're going to be there on Friday night, you know, yelling, screaming, and supporting. You know, we're going to support the band. We're going to support the cheerleaders. We're going to support football. But those people up there, they're hungry for a good football team, and they're still there. So they're not going away.
Hey, Coach.
Hey, Gabe.
Wow. Just talk about your time at Opelika. You know, you spent so many years here, and obviously they've got state-of-the-art high school facilities. And I was just wondering, what are your thoughts as far as the facilities at Valley and what you think? Obviously, the stadium's still fairly new, but everything else, I just want to know your thoughts about it.
Well, yeah, I spent a lot of time here at Opelika because a lot of them was with Coach Dubose over there. We worked together here, and yeah, you know, Opelika's got great facilities. Central's got them, Auburn's got them, but they hadn't always had them. You know, it depends. You know, you can't make excuses for what you have to work with. You know, you got to go in there and grind. It don't matter what you got or where you at. You know, yeah, we'd love to have indoor facilities. We love to have new weight rooms and all that stuff. But you know, if we don't have it, we still got to go to work. You know, and these kids do that. They don't complain. They don't whine about what we got or don't have. You know, we'd all love to have new stuff, but you know, you got to go and go to work, and that's what we're doing.
Who's the starting quarterback?
Good question. We still don't know that yet. I was telling Brooke a while ago, we have 2 guys that are just about the same level, about the same height. One of them's going to be a sophomore, one of them's going to be a junior. The junior's a little better leader. The sophomore maybe a little bit better athlete, but he just, you know, he don't communicate, he don't talk, he's not outspoken. So we're still fighting that out. We'll start practice on August the 6th, and then we'll find out before the first game who it's going to be. And they both may play. You know, like I said, they're both earning spots right now.
One last quick question,
okay.
Coach. We had him here the past 2 mornings, but you know, Coach Washburn, obviously you two have a pretty good relationship. I just kind of wanted to see if you could touch on you know, what sort of information he shared with you, just as far as just coaching tutelage and things like that.
Yeah, we do have a great relationship. Now, we hadn't always been that way. You know, quick story. Quick story. When, you know, when Dan and I started dating, I was going to Southern U to play baseball, you know, and of course he was wanting her to go to Auburn. And I tell this joke all the time, and it's really not a joke, but he offered her a car to go to Auburn instead of going to Southern U with me. So anyway, but that's just funny stuff. But yeah, I talk to Coach Washburn a lot, and you know, he has a lot more knowledge than I have. You know, he's been doing it a long time, and he told me it's going to take you some time. And of course, you know, I'm hard-headed. I've been in a good program for the last 22 years. You know, I could go turn that thing around overnight. Well, of course, he was right. And the biggest thing is he's just telling me to, you know, keep your nose to the grindstone, keep working, and keep plugging. It'll happen. But you know, he was exactly right about taking some time.
All right, I guess we'll bring in some players, Coach.
Okay.
We'll start with Stephen.
Stephen, going into the second year with Coach Daniel, how much have you seen the change of the culture, change of the program going into this year?
It's just he wants what's best for everybody. He don't just talk to one person and try to get him. It's just with everybody. He loves and treats everybody the same, and he, you know, just evens it out with everybody.
Well, what are some of the expectations that you all have set? You know, I see, you know, with you all being the seniors up here, what have you all really set as far as an expectation with the leadership? Fourth quarter. We want to be able to play our best ball in the fourth quarter. We just want to last till the fourth quarter, because in previous years that's when we're gassed, and when we get to the fourth quarter, score may be close, and that's when we lose it. This fourth quarter, because we're just not in shape for it. But this year, with running sprints and all that stuff, we'll be in shape for the fourth quarter this year. Only a couple of sprints?
No, a lot of them.
Well, can we talk a little bit about the identity of what the team is going to look like as far as its offense?
Well, we're going to be a lot, I think in my opinion, a lot faster. A lot getting the ball to the athlete's hands. That's all we want to do, and just beat around the bush with that stuff.
I know you're going to be looking at a couple of different quarterback options right now, but as somebody that's going to be out there, being a guy that's going to be getting that ball, you know, what are your kind of expectations as far as what you have to do to ease the transition for these guys?
Just show them to stay calm, not really get uptight about it. I mean, just go out there and play football and have fun, and just focus on winning.
All right, bring up the next player. All right. Daniel, I'll ask you a question. It's got to be pretty special to come to media days as a kicker. Talk about that.
Yes, sir. I feel like it's a great honor. I really try my best to be one of the leaders on the team. Even though I may not be getting in every play, I try to run my sprints and be a leader in that way. And I try to be a leader on and off the field, doing my best in everything that I do, and I hope that motivates others.
What kind of confidence do you think that gives you, you know, as far as Coach Daniel bringing you here as that kicker, you know, being this leader on the special teams? What's that do for you going into this year?
It makes me feel really good about this next season. I think I've done a good job building up my his confidence in me, showing him at practice what I can do, and I'm hoping that will carry on to this season, and he'll be able to trust me in situations where he needs me.
Well, I know you're probably keeping a close eye on that offense, you know, seeing how many times they're going to let you kick some extra points here. You know, what have you seen from their development?
I've been seeing great things. I mean, it's been crazy the amount of change that has happened in this offense. I mean, we have so fewer drop passes and good throws, and just their hustle. I've been looking at the line. The line has been really buying into how they need to run their offense, and I'm really excited for this year.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
This is Deontay Bennett. He's a tackle.
All right, Deontay, you know, going into this year, you know, being that tackle, being that offensive lineman, going to be setting this up, you know, you are some uncertainty for the offense, you know, for the quarterback, but again, you know, kind of same question. You know, what do you do to try to help that transition, you know, ease them stepping into those roles behind you?
Just trying to be a leader in the weight room, try to be a leader in there, make sure everybody do their reps and not skip their reps and everything.
Well, of course, you know, we touched on it earlier with changing over with a couple different coaches through the years. Now, how have you seen your role as far as a line, you know, what your alignments and schemes are going to change? How have you really addressed, you know, changing year in and year out to that?
Well, when Coach Daniel first came here, I was a fullback. Then they changed me to right tackle. Fullback I played last year, and then right tackle came this year. So it was somewhat easy, but hard at the same time.
Miscarrying the ball a little bit then? It's a miscarrying the ball a little bit?
Blocking.
Well, how's that transition gone for you, and what have they really told you to, basically help you in that move?
Just pay attention to what they telling me and do what they say.
Stepping up into that new role, but you're not just stepping up in the new role as far as a position, but as a leader on the team, as a senior, going into that group. What is your message to the team to really inspire them, keep them motivated, keep them pushing?
Well, just getting a positive record this year, keeping them motivated like that.
I gotta ask you, what's been the best moment? What's the funniest moment that's really stood out to you when with Coach Daniel so far?
I really don't know.
So I might need to ask Daniel. Looks like he's got a little something. Actually, Daniel, do you have a moment you'd like to share?
No, sir.
He wants to retain those kicking duties, right? No other questions? We appreciate it. Valley High School, Coach Buster Daniel. Good luck, guys. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. We'll be back with more high school football media days coming up.
All right, we're back at Southern Union in the Southern Room at the Kicker High School Football Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. And I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I don't know how many people.
I never know what's coming next. Then.
I don't know if you've had anybody tell you this before, but we're sitting here with Jamie Dubose, a future Alabama Hall of Fame coach.
Wow. If that happens, I'd be proud. I can tell you that. But that means a lot to hear that from somebody. And, to be in Alabama and be considered that's even good. So, a lot of that would go back to just the people I've been around, like I mentioned earlier, the coaches. Man, I was fortunate in my career to get to be around some really good guys and be at some really good programs. And I tell our young guys now, it's not about what you know, it's what you can steal and the information you can gather while you're in it to help you get to where you need to get to. And I'm still doing things that I heard Coach McCracken say when I was here. I'm still doing things and saying things that I heard Bill Clark say or Rush Probst in 1994 or 96. So, it still works. You just got to believe in it. You have to make some tweaks to things, but it's been a really good career for me so far, and I'm excited, and I hope this year continues for our kids. I learned this a long time ago too. If you'll put the kids first and don't worry about yourself, everything will fall into place and it'll work. So I'm proud to say that I got that from some of my guys that I coached under over the years.
Well, then you've had a lot of success everywhere you've been.
Yeah, well, again, it goes back to how you hire. You can make yourself better if you hire the right people. So,
well, let's take that just a step further though. Not everybody will just come to coach with anybody.
I will say this, and I got this off Coach McCracken is you know, it's about teaching guys and helping guys to get to where they want to get to in their career. I was fortunate one time at Prattville, I did a check. I had 11 guys that either coached with me or on my staff at Prattville that were head coaches. And, man, I was excited about that. And I don't know how many coordinators they are, but I tell our guys when they come in, you know, don't ever hide from wanting to get another job. If there's a job out there that interests you, let me know. Let me try to help you, because I want you to progress. I tell our guys every day, everybody ought to be a head coach one time, because you don't know what it's like till you step in there. You know, it's easy to sit out there in the staff meeting and make decisions or say I'd do this or say I'd do that. Well, then jump up there and do it, you know, and you're not going to know till you give a shot. But I try to progress our guys, and I talk to them about progression. And, you know, I'm not one of those guys that tries to hang on to them forever. There are some out there that like to do that because it makes it easy.
Yeah.
But I don't mind the teaching process. And, you know, you got to look at who the guy is you hire first. It's not the knowledge. You got to just look at who they are and are they willing to work. And if they'll do that, you know, there's one thing I learned a long time ago. There's nothing that will ever change success, and that's hard work.
Right.
And you just got to go to work and you got to get it done. And we still do it today. We get up early and we work late, and, you know, our wives understand and they work with us. We have families come up and do moments with us. I got that from Coach McCracken and Bill Clark and people like that. And, you know, you just got to include it. It's a family atmosphere. It's a long season, but man, it can be fun too, and there's a lot of memories. There's even memories back with you and Days, and there's things over my years I'll never forget, and I've really enjoyed every second of coaching. I can honestly say that my career may go on for another 15, 20 years. I don't know. But I can tell you this, every day I've gotten up and I've went to work, I've loved it. And being a coach and being involved with as many people as I've been involved with has been really special.
Coach, I got a question. You've been with two dominant programs in Prattville and Central. Tell about how hard it is to get schedules up. I know a lot of teams avoid you guys.
Yeah.
How hard is that?
You see on our schedule we have to go out of state sometimes. Right. For us being 7A in Alabama, and I know like locally you take Coach Daniel at Valley, why would he want to play us? Even if he's a Beauregard, you take Beauregard, they're a 5A and they've had a really good but why would they want to play us? You know? I mean, that's the words they're going to say is, Coach, you got more kids than us, you're bigger than us. You know, I see it as though maybe it would make them better, but then again, when you're sitting at another school that's a 5A or 6A and you can get the same caliber of opponent in your level, then why would you
on their level, okay.
Yeah, on your level, then why would you do it? So, you know, my thing is it is very difficult to get opponents. You know, I see it as though, and I will tell you, like I said earlier, you can look at when I've been a head coach, what our schedules have been at the beginning. It may not have every year, but for the most part, I try to put a tough game. Week 1 or week 1 and 2, I want to know where we are. I want to know what we got to do. It's not about winning and losing that game. It's about what you do at the end of the year. It's not about what you do week 1 or 2. And don't look at, I tell our kids every day about these polls that go out. They're great for radio. They're great for communities, but they're not going to be who your state champion is at the end of the day. And it will sometimes, but, you know, as long as you've got a high school playoff, any kind of playoff, then your true champion's going to come at the end. And you've got to be the guy standing when it's all said and done, because I can tell you my first year at Central, Travion Samuel goes down late in that year. And we had 3 others go down. We're hot in the playoff run that year. That was the year also that I don't think Hoover got there. We should have been there that year.
Right.
And we lost a lot of people, but then a Prattville team comes back and beats us in the playoffs, where we beat them earlier in the year because we had so much loss of bodies. And you know, we've got to that's coaching too, because you've got to have depth. That's the biggest thing, and that's what I work on every day. We tell our coaches, don't give me 11 starters on offense, 11 on defense. I want 22 on offense and 22 on defense. We want to be so good that when somebody goes down, we don't have to just change our whole game plan, that we don't have to worry about anything, that we can just keep rolling. And fortunately, now over 4 complete years going into year 5, we feel really good about where we are.
I read the article in the Auburn Opelika paper that featured your program. And I sense by listening to some of your quotes, you feel like you got a real strong team this year.
Well, we feel really good about our guys. We have a real confident team. We have a team that has been around a lot of winning. We have a team that's led within. when I like to say we don't. I don't have to go back and handle things. They know how it's going to be handled. They know what it takes. They've been around winning, so they understand all of it. They understand that there's no distractions. That's something you don't understand in high school football. Little distractions can take you away from things. We talked yesterday with our team a lot in depth about the little things, how you keep your locker clean. That sounds stupid, but it can determine who the state champion
Discipline.
is. You can't be out of whack. Everything's got to be in sequence, and it's got to start in August 6th, and it's got to lead through, because you take a week worth of work, and you're on a Tuesday, and something happens to alter you or throw you in disarray, that can cost you on Friday night. So we talked to them about how important it is for every day for everybody to be focused in what they got to do.
I got one more question, Eddie, and I'll let you take over. Early signing date, does that help you as a high school coach?
I'm not real big of that, because I do get it if a guy's going to graduate early and go. I'm a fan of old school, the national signing day.
Right. Man,
I don't know how many times I would tell you in my career I have went to my signing day and taken the rest of the day off just to go sit in front of the TV and watch it. I see that as a national holiday.
Oh, yeah.
So
it is.
It kind of killed me in that sense. It kind of took away a little bit from the luster, because the December one, you got all your programs in playoffs and bowl games.
Right.
And there was just not that much of attention to it. And then the later one, a lot of the programs were done.
Right.
There wasn't nothing else to do. So I get it from the college side of it, liking it and nailing people down and all this kind of stuff. I don't like it from the athletes' term that in January, after the season was over, they used to get to take their visits.
Yeah.
And the families used to get the run.
Right.
Now they're having to rush it in the summer, or they're having to go during the fall, and during the fall you can only go for maybe one day,
right,
because we're asking them to be back to our film sessions and all. So I think it's kind of put disarray in a lot of things, and you're talking about a decision by a family or by a kid that could change his whole life. So I liked it the way it was, because it just seemed like, but I'm a high school coach now. From a college standpoint, I do get it on the December 20th. Let's get it locked down. Let's get it done. Let's get them in here. So I don't know. You can look at it several different ways. Everybody's got their opinion, but mine is just, I'm old school, and I like to do that national holiday thing.
Yeah, that's a day I tend not to make it to the golf
course.
Oh, yeah.
I love that
watch
day.
that all day.
I love that day.
So just a few minutes ago, you were talking about the discipline that you try to instill in your players. Jerry and I were talking a few minutes ago, right after you came off the stage, the podium, that you have a lot of kids that are playing college ball, and there doesn't seem to be any of them that are trouble.
Well, I appreciate that. We do have some that have had some issues, but there's very few. And going even back to Prattville, and I've got some from Florence, and it's funny you bring that up. I talked to my wife the other day. I can't think of a year we didn't sign at a school I was at more than 14.
Wow.
So I'd like to know how many I've actually signed. And I've been real fortunate, and our guys are doing well, and that says volumes for the families too at home, the parents, what they say and what they do. But I'm like this too. My name, and coaches need to hear this, and parents need to understand, my name is on the line when I talk to a college coach.
That's right.
When I tell a college coach, put my money on it, that kid's going to do what he's supposed to. If he goes and does something wrong, then that guy that I've made friendships with, or that guy that I didn't know that I'm trying to build a friendship with, he's going to say things about me, or he's going to question me. So, and let's just be honest, these guys, thanks for that on our program. We do a lot of work, just like Opelika I know does with Character Ed and Auburn and things like that. We do that also, but that says a lot, because when a kid is in my program and he spent 3 or 4 years with me, he spent more time with me than he has his mom and dad.
That's right.
That's right.
And I hate to say that, but that's a true fact. When you're an athlete, you're going to spend more time with that coach than you are your parents at the end of the day. And so we as coaches, and I tell our guys, we met with 2 kids this morning on a situation, not major, but we're just trying to make sure they understand that this little thing can turn into a major thing. And that's what our role is. It's not just coaching football. We're developing guys too. And again, it goes back to, I got that with Coach McCracken. When you start caring about the person, you're going to win at the end.
Right.
You're going to win at the end of the day. And when you put yourself back and you look at other things, at Prattville, I had a situation, as coaches, we always want to get on a kid. We had a kid that was late every morning. Well, I learned then you got to know your kids. You got to go see who they are. You got to see where they live, and you got to know their situation. This kid was a great football player. He was a big kid. He was about 6'4", about 315 pounds, and was solid and never got any problem. But he was late. We were about to kick him off or run him. When I go sit down with him and take him home one day, come to find out Mama's working 2 to 3 jobs. He's having to wake up in the morning because his mama's already been at work all night. He's having to get his little brothers and little sisters on the bus, feed them breakfast before he even gets to school. So how can you punish a kid that's having to do that? And that's wrong. So before we react to something, and our staff, we're going to carry a kid home. We're going to meet with that kid. We're going to know what the situation is, because you got these days, there's some weird things out there, man. I got kids right now working 2 jobs to help pay bills at home because they got to. And unfortunately, I didn't grow up in anything like that, but we have that now.
Right.
But they still want to play football. So I have to work something out with those guys. I have to help them out, because we're all human and we all got to have a little heart to be able to help somebody out. So
right.
That's why, this is the deal, man. A guy's going to play for you if he respects you and he knows you care about him. If you don't, then he's not going to play. You can yell at him all you want. You can watch the Netflix stuff, and you can get all over them and all. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you care about them.
Well, I think it was kind of funny that one of your players, when asked to describe you, said intense 3 times.
Well, I get that way sometimes if you're around.
I've seen you on the sideline.
I've been around you a little bit.
When I do some outside, I tell people, I tell parents, look, you're talking to me now. I promise you I'm like this in life. Now on the sideline I'm a little different, okay? But you got to be like that. You got to flip a switch. But at the end of the day, I like the fact that my guys can think I got humor too.
Yeah.
I want them to see a different side
Definitely.
of me. They can't see that one side all the time. They got to know when the serious time is coming. And my guys, I guarantee you, I could walk down off here now. They know how I feel. They can look at my expression. They look at me. They know who I am, because I'm not fake about it. Okay.
Right.
And on top of that, but they got to know, and that made me feel good a second. That's one thing I can say that my guys said up there that I was real proud of, is I had one of them say that they can really relax and they feel that I got some humor, because now they know I'm a person.
Right.
And I want it to be to where if they've got problems or situations, they can come talk to me and we can handle them in that way.
Well, one of the great things too, we talked about this too. I'm not sure I know of any school other than maybe Hoover and a couple of others that have the talent that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned this as part of the process. Some of that talent you're growing. Some of it is not natural talent, but it's talent that's taught because they're playing behind such good players,
mm-hmm.
and they have good coaches,
mm-hmm.
and they're learning good work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
And good work ethic will make a good football player.
Absolutely. We want competition. I tell guys every day, don't be scared of competition, man. Don't want something given to you, because the only way you're going to reach your full potential is to be pushed every day of your life. I'm going to go back to Coach McCracken. I really respect him a lot too. I respect Bill Clark a lot, but Coach McCracken taught me the lessons of getting up every morning and working hard. Getting up every morning. Listen, here's something I got from Coach Clark. We win state championships. This may shock y'all. The next day we size for rings. The next day we get in the weight room and start for the next year. That's what our process was.
And that's one of the questions that I started to ask you when you were on the stage, and I wanted to save it for now. You said that you try to let last year go.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to dwell on the loss.
Mm-hmm.
But you've also been in a situation where you have to come in and not dwell on the blue trophy.
Yeah, you can't.
Which is totally different than that.
Hey, we're big on, we talk to our guys every week about whatever happens on Friday night, you put it in your rearview mirror. It's like life. We can't do anything about yesterday. We can only do something about today and tomorrow. So we got to, whatever happens, failures and whatever, we got to live with them. We got to handle them. But at the same time, you got to be able to put it in your rearview mirror and move on. You can't dwell on anything. And I think the biggest thing that we were able to be successful, let me tell you this, it's harder to win one ring than it is to win 2 rings.
Right,
definitely.
Once you get to 1, like
You want
Alabama
more.
now, it's easy for Alabama. They
Yeah.
expect it. They know how to do it. The winning that's why we get to the semifinals every year and it's so frustrating. We got to just get one time. If we can just get one time and feel it and taste it, our guys and our program will just, that's what happened at Prattville when I was there. It was just one time, and then we went. But the biggest thing I learned about putting things in, I'll never forget, we won the state championship. I came in all excited, ready to, this is when I was assistant coach, ready to size for the ring. We go in there. There's a lot of excitement. You're sizing for rings. There's people from the grocery store sizing. I think they're all over the place.
Yep.
Well, the very next day we walk in, Coach Clark's got us in the weight room. He's got us going again. And my question was to him, hey, Coach, don't you want to enjoy this for a little while? He said, we got time to enjoy it when we win this one next year.
There you go.
So you got to go back to work. You can't just stop and be satisfied. You got to always be working to try to get there. And I'm going to tell you, man, one of the ways that I can tell I'm doing a good job too, I had a guy from Prattville, my wife could have told you that, 2 o'clock in the morning 2 days ago, text me. His wife had a baby, first baby. They had it at 2 a.m. First text out was to me. Man, I was so jacked. I woke up, ex-player, played for me at Prattville. Went to Florida State, and it was their first child. That's why you coach football.
Yes.
That's why you're in this profession.
Let me tell you this. This is one of the things that I think is so important. Whether you lost, whether you had a lot of losses, you win the state championship, that senior class is gone. And you've got guys that have been part of the process that now it's their senior year. Now they're wanting a blue trophy in their senior year because it's great to win one when you're a sophomore or junior, I'm sure.
Well,
but there's nothing like that.
Here's the thing, and we got it going on at Central right now. Our talk is don't be the class right now to get us to the semifinal game. All right, so we're ready to change that to don't be the class to get us to the state championship game.
Right.
So you set the bar, and then it's the team behind them's opportunity to get us back there or higher.
Right.
Now, what our goal is right now is to say you be the first one. And that's what we sell every year on. So we've done it for the last 3. So here we go. We're going to give it one more shot this year. And it's going to happen sooner or later. I tell everybody all the time, man, there's no way. If you go to Biloxi and you do something 4 times in a row, I'm going to take the odds. I'm fixing to hit it right here, you know.
That's right.
So, I mean, I'm feeling like something's going to happen good, and we're just a matter of hopefully this year and months away.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for coming up here. Do me one favor.
Yeah.
I'm an Enterprise alumni.
Yeah.
Take it easy on us this year.
Enterprise Coach Faulkner's doing a better job. They're going to have a better team this year. They were young. They were young. I saw them at some 7-on-7s, and I think they're going to have a better team this year. I hope not when we play them, but they're going to have a better team.
All right, Coach. Thanks.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Man.
Good luck this year.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, I love you, brother.
All right. Hey, I love y'all. And, hey, let me say this before I get off. Thank y'all for what y'all do, man. It's, getting all the prestige and all the honor to these young guys, people that take time out of the day to do it. Hey, enough things can't go to y'all, too.
We appreciate it.
All right, we're going to go back to the podium now with Van Riggs.
Appreciate everybody continuing on. We got one more school to go. Here in just a few minutes, we're going to bring up Opelika High School. But one organization that's such a big role in keeping all of the different athletes and many athletes from across the area healthy each week, and when they're injured, back to get them back to close to 100% as they can in the shortest amount of time and the safest amount of time. They do a great work. The Orthopedic Clinic, and they're one of our big sponsors of High School Football Media Days. We're so excited to have with us John Rich, Director of Sports Medicine at the Orthopedic Clinic. And John is going to come up for just a moment and talk a little bit about the Orthopedic Clinic and what they do, and we certainly appreciate their sponsorship. John?
Thanks. They just wanted me to talk a little bit about the Orthopedic Clinic. I first want to thank the Kicker for putting together this Media's Days. I believe it's great for our kids and our schools. The Orthopedic Clinic, you know, we've been in business since 1976, and our physicians have started sports medicine coverage long before we ever had an outreach program. And we cover 13 schools in the area, and actually 6 of them that were here at Media Days, so we're proud of that. We have 6 orthopedic surgeons, and we do a lot of stuff in-house, from x-ray, MRI, physical therapy, and so we're proud about all that. And you know, the schools that we represent are Auburn, Opelika, Lee Scott, Valley, Chambers, and Lynette are the ones that were here. And so with our surgeons, they're really proud of supporting our local athletics and our local athletic teams. We cover a lot of events from the youth leagues down at the Auburn Parks and Rec and Opelika Parks and Rec all the way up to our various high schools. And we even get outside of these Lee County into Randolph County and Tallapoosa County and cover some schools out that way. So we started this sports medicine program back in 1997, and it has grown tremendously since then. I've been running it for the last 8 years, and it's been tremendous for me to grow our program and to, you know, grow with these coaches and these athletes and see these kids go on and, you know, start great careers and even on up to professional level, watching these kids go to big SEC schools and move on to the next level. And so that's been great part of my job and really something that I've enjoyed in my time here in East Alabama.
Anybody got any questions for John, what the orthopedic clinic does? I mean, it's one thing crazy because we run the orthopedic clinic show on Saturdays, so go up there. And John, just tell everybody real quick, because on Saturdays, you guys, and I know you aren't normally open. You open up on Saturdays, and all of the different athletes around the area, I know, come up there, and you get special treatment on Saturdays.
Yeah, so we run a Saturday morning clinic on during football season. We open at 8 a.m. and we see kids that may have gotten injured on Friday nights, or even not even just football players, but band members and cheerleaders as well. And like I said earlier, we have the capabilities of doing X-ray and MRI if we need to, and treat them with physical therapy as well. So that's something that we do throughout football season, and it's been, I think, tremendous for our coaches and athletes to have those answers, you know, in less than 24 hours of injury if there's something going on, and, you know, kind of prepare those kids and coaches for the week to come.
John, we appreciate it. Thank y'all for what y'all doing. Thank y'all for your sponsorship and support of not only this event, but high school athletics just in general. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with more high school football media days in just a moment. We'll take a quick break and come right back with Opelika, our final school of the day.
All right, we're back here at Southern Union in the Southern Room. Jerry, what a nice facility we've been able to be in, except that they like it ice cold in here.
It's a little cold, but I tell you what, it's the first time I've actually been in Southern Union.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with the facilities. It's a nice
yeah,
place.
this is a new part of the college. This has just been built, and the Southern Room is really nice. Southern Union is a great asset to the Opelika Auburn area.
It is.
And it's hard for me to comprehend that this is not main campus, but if you ever go to Wadley and see the campus there, you'll understand why it's still main campus. It's a beautiful, beautiful campus. We just had an opportunity to talk with one of the premier coaches and one of the premier teams in the state, Jamie Dubose with Central. He's a humble young man. and it's easy to be humble when you're successful.
Yeah, he's driven. He loves his kids. That's the first thing. When you coach, you better love those kids. He does. Driven. He's goal-oriented, like all the coaches are, and he's got a lot of good stuff to work with this year. And
he does.
If he can get by McGill-Tulane, that seems to like to be his thorn on the side is McGill-Tulane. If he gets by McGill-Tulane, it would not surprise me. Every year, I always pick Central against Hoover.
Well, I want to tell you something though that he said when he was talking today, and he was not just throwing this out there because he's in Opelika, but that's one of the toughest games they play every year, and they're having to play over here, and Opelika and Auburn will be a big test for them this year, and
no doubt.
So we're about to go back to the podium, and Van Riggs is about to introduce Opelika and Coach Eric Speakman. And here's Van Riggs.
All right, we appreciate everybody. Again, I want to thank the Orthopedic Clinic, and also want to thank our other many sponsors. They've been up here at Gentry Motor Company, Guthrie's, also Watson Brothers Patio and Hearth, the First South Farm Credit. Again, without sponsorships, we can't make this great event happen. It's been outstanding. We've had 18 schools over 2 days, which has just been incredible, and it's been a great preview for high school football. And our next coach is entering as his first season as head coach as the Opelika Bulldogs, but he certainly hasn't been a stranger to Opelika. This is your 19th season at Opelika, which is incredible as an assistant coach. So a lot of familiarity, even though there is some change going on at Opelika High School. But I want to welcome our coach Eric Speakman and the Opelika Bulldogs.
Hey, thank you, and thank you to Van for putting this together, and D. Mark Mitchell and Eddie and Jerry for doing this. It's a big thing for East Alabama football, and I know some of the coaches have already mentioned the pride we take in football in this area, and the state championships teams have won, and of course we're striving for that. We've been close twice and try to get there. Kind of a state of the program for us. We had a great summer, great spring in the summer. We finished up this morning with what we call snaking the stadium. There's some video online if you want to pull that up. We got some good shots of them. Cade actually finished first, so that's good when our quarterback finishes first in the drill. We set up a big sprinkler for them so as they came through on the 50-yard line, they got a little water to cool off. So we had a good time with that this morning. This coming up season, we have 34 seniors, so we've got a big group, probably the biggest group we've had in a long time at Opelika. Last year was in the mid-20s maybe, but it's an exciting group. I've known, of course, all of them since they were little. And a little story on Cade, I was actually hired about a month before he was born at Opelika. So the day after he was born, I was at the hospital visiting Brian and Kelly. So I've known him since he can't even remember. And it's an exciting time for me now getting to be the head coach as he enters his senior year. And then Jaquan Foote is a linebacker who's been with us, actually played some as a 9th grader for us on the varsity level. And he used to be a safety. And as you can see when he gets up here, he's kind of outgrown the safety spot. So he's now a linebacker for us. And but I coached him as a safety a couple years ago and met with him during the off season and said, hey, I think the best move for Opelika and you is to move you to linebacker. And I think he's seeing the rewards for that. He's got a couple of college offers that he's going to be able to go into the next level. A couple new coaches that we have. We brought up Jamie Ferguson from our 8th grade team and Montre Battle from our 9th grade team. And what we've tried to do in the past, and this is even going back to Brian and Coach McCracken, is get guys in our middle school program, 9th grade program, and if we ever have an opening on the varsity, is try to bring those guys up because they already know what we're doing. It's not new to them. They know what our program's about. They've basically coached all the kids up to that point, brought them to us. So it's just a smooth transition. And then we've hired 2 new 9th grade coaches that are going to be really good for us. Our new region, we have a new region where it got stuck with a 6-team region, meaning we only get 5 games scheduled for us. And I don't know if you've ever tried to schedule 5 games when you're at Opelika, but we always get Auburn and I always joke around and say Jacksonville State located in Phoenix City, because when you play them and turn around and look, you don't know if it is Jack State or Central Phoenix City across the field. But luckily, we always get to play them. It's good for us, good for our program to play a bigger school that typically they're 3rd, 4th round in the playoffs. And then we have Viger and Callaway. So Callaway in Georgia, which is always good in Georgia. So those are our 4 non-region teams. And then we've picked up Selma and Calera in our region. So those are good 2-hour drives for us when we go on the road. Calera is new to 6A, don't know much about them. Selma we played a few years ago, but still don't know much about them. And then we also picked up Stanhope Elmore this year, in addition to Wetumpka and our rival with Ben Russell. So those are our new region teams. Also like to say something about our new athletic director, Coach Pugh, who's doing a fabulous job. It's taken a lot off of me as a head coach. Gone are the days of being a head coach and athletic director. You can't do both jobs and do them well. So Coach Pugh's come in and really taken our corporate sponsorship program and taking it to a whole new level and getting a lot of things done at Opelika. And then I want to also mention Zach Blatt, our new baseball coach, who's going to do a fabulous job. I actually coached Zach, so that's, I've been there 19 years, so I've coached 5 of our current coaches. And that's either making me old, or I almost always say that they're young, but getting to coach those guys. And there's a few guys now that I actually coach their dad that are playing for us. And so that's kind of weird when you start getting those last names rolling in, and who's your dad? Oh, he's so-and-so. And I said, ooh, wow, coached him too. But it's fun. That's what makes it fun about being at a place like Opelika and the town and the support we get. You go to the grocery store, and I don't know if now that I'm the head coach, people actually talk to me. When I was an assistant, I don't know if they just avoided me or they didn't say a whole lot. But now everybody in town's excited and coming to talk to me at grocery store. And if I'm ever with my wife and 5 children, it's like, can we hurry up and go? Because I said, well, as a football coach, everybody wants to talk about high school football. If you sell insurance, nobody wants to talk to you in the grocery store about selling insurance policy. So it's a neat town, neat place to coach, and probably one reason why I've been here for 19 years. So I will ask any questions y'all may have, and then we'll turn it over to Kay and Jaquan.
So how's the summer gone and the transitioning into this new season?
The transition was really smooth. Not only did we keep all of our coaches pretty much, but me being here so long, a good friend of mine asked me the other day about that, and I said, well, if I'd gone to a new school, it might be a lot different, because being at Opelika for so long, I know who to ask questions, who has the answers, the proper answers that we need. Or, a lot of times I can call Brian and say, who'd you go to for this? Well, I know that person. And that helps, just the familiarity of having the same coaching staff. Our defensive coaching staff has been together. This will be our 8th year together. So we haven't had any change on the defensive side. And then the offense has had a few new guys come in. But, just being able to have a smooth transition, knowing the players already, knowing them since they were little, 7th, 8th grade, it's been really good.
Can you talk a little bit about the offense?
The offense, of course, Cade is a returning starter. We'll go probably more of what we were doing when Coach Blackman was here. Offensively, a little bit less of what we were doing last year with Coach Ross, just a different philosophy. But Cade's a returning starter. We've got 4, 5 good running backs, so we're going to run the football like Opelika's always done. Good receiving core, so we'll take our shots when they're presented. Jonathan Chandler is our new offensive coordinator, who played quarterback for us back in the mid-2000s. And then went on to Troy and has come back, and he does an outstanding job. And I'll be honest, I've told him when I took the job, you're the offense coordinator. I'm not going to come over there and mess with you. It's your job. Y'all score points, and I really don't. It was after the spring game, a few offensive assistants said it was really weird in that game. I said, what was weird? They said, well, we've never been on the headsets without the head coach being over there talking to us. And I said, well, that's how it's going to be as long as you're doing your job. So, I'll get over there and tell them to go for it on 4th down, or maybe you got 2 plays, but I'm not going to mess with those guys. They're great coaches, and they're going to do their job. I don't have to stand over them and make sure of that.
How excited were you to take over as the new head coach?
It was a lot of excitement. My wife went to school here, obviously being here for so long. It was something that I'd always wanted to be a head coach, but I always wanted to be at the right spot. I didn't want to just go jump on some job somewhere just to have the title. And had Coach Blackman stayed here, I would have been the defense coordinator for the next 7, 8, 9 years, however long I have to work. I've got a 3-year-old, so I'm going to be working for a long time. But I would have stayed in that job. This is a great place to work, either as an assistant, but obviously when Brian left, and then last year when Caleb went back to Prattville, it opened up that opportunity. And it was something that, it didn't take me long to say. However quick you can say the word yes when it was asked is how quick that happened.
Where do you think this team's strengths are for this season?
Strengths for us is always going to be defense. We're always going to take, Coach McCracken, all the great coaches will tell you, you take the first 2 choices of players, go to the quarterback and running back. After that, we're going to put all the players on defense. And then after that, we'll filter some on offense. So when you get enough kids like we have now that we can put really good players on defense and then still have really good players on offense, then you're going to have a good season. But our strength is going to be our defensive line. We're going to play 8 guys up front, which we typically do every year. We'll play anywhere from 20 to 21 kids on defense alone on a Friday night. And so our depth, it builds depth, getting our young kids in. And then offensive line, obviously working together all spring is going to be a strength on offense. That and our running backs, and obviously Cade.
So I gave you a warning.
Yes.
Told you what I was going to ask. As far as Coach McCracken and your relationship with him goes, seems like everyone's got a story with him. What's your best story?
And by the way, I'm very excited about Coach coming in and helping with the radio broadcast. It's exciting for me being my first year and then having him back involved because he hired me 18 years ago. And, back in June, I'll tell you 2 quick stories on him. He calls me. I was working in Mobile for a guy named Terry Curtis at UMS. And this is back in the days before cell phones. If y'all can remember those days, believe it or not, there were days without cell phones. So Coach calls me at home and says, hey, I've got a job teaching math, coaching baseball and football. Do you want it? Well, my wife and I have been married for 1 week, and she's from here. So I could either get divorced after a week or move back to Opelika. So I chose to come back to her home. And I told him, I said, please give me time to go talk to Coach Curtis, because Coach is really big on, any coach is big on, I want to be the first to know, especially if one of my guys has been offered another job. So I told him, hey, please give me time to go up there. So I go up to the school, walk into Coach Curtis's office and sit down with him. About that time, the phone rings. He says, hello? Yeah. Oh, really? Well, he's sitting right here. And I'm thinking, ooh, that's weird. Who would know I'm here? And he goes, oh, so you offered him a job, did you? And I'm like, look, I was coming to tell you right now. So Coach, if you know him, is not very patient. Everything is quick. It's got to be done right now. And then another good one is when I get here, we used to show the team movies on Friday before the game. So when we used to have a movie gallery right over here by Winn-Dixie, we would come get a movie for them. So my job, being the first-year guy, is movie man. So it was my job to set up the VCR and the TV. Back in these days, it was still VCR and TV, and show the movie. So I could get out of class, come down, coach. And if you know Coach McCracken, on game day, he is so zoned in on who we're playing, and he's making his chart that's about this big of every play they've run since about 1974. So he's writing it. He's left-handed, so he's writing it. And I walk in, knock on the door. He looks at me. I said, Coach, do you know where the movie is? And he looks at me, and you could tell he's thinking. He says, Speakman has it. And I looked at him, and I thought, I couldn't tell if this was a joke or not, and I just said, yes, sir, I'll go find him. So I walked out and found one of the other assistant coaches, and luckily they had the movie. Somehow he had gotten the fact I do the movie. That was all that was on his mind, was who we were playing that night. But he looked at me and said that Speakman had the movie, and I said, yes, sir, we'll go find him. But, yeah, it's going to be great having him back.
When it comes to a school that's committed to football, like obviously one of them, we don't have a lot that have an indoor facility. What's it like to be at a school where they're committed to the program and giving you what you need to be successful?
Yeah, it's a great honor to have a facility like that. We don't let the kids take that for granted. And if they know the days of back when they were building the building, we used to turn on shop lights. We'd crank a generator at 5:30 in the morning and hang shop lights in the old weight room because we had no power to the school. And we tell them all the time, if we ever feel like you're taking that for granted, we'll flip it and we'll go back to the old building. And and we can do 3 workouts a day because it would take that long to get those kids through. But just having the facilities we have, the commitment from the administration, it's good to be at a place like that because, and everybody says pressure. Well, there's no pressure because they give you everything you need. And that's what makes it fun is you turn around and the stands are full. You got an indoor facility that, we can go in, lift weights, run if we need to, if it's lightning outside. Now, we only use it if it's lightning. If it's raining, we stay outside. So we'll only use it if there's lightning in the area. But just the commitment and knowing that if we need something for the kids, and it always goes back to the kids, is, I can go to Dr. Neighbors, and as long as it's something that's going to benefit kids, then we're going to get it. And it's nice being, we're a one-horse town. So whatever Opelika needs, Opelika's within reason going to get.
What's the strangest thing you've been asked or heard at the grocery store?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. It's probably, it's just your typical, who's the quarterback? Is Cade the quarterback still? Of course, because last year we played 3 quarterbacks due to some injuries. what's the team going to be like, those typical things, but, nothing real crazy out of the ordinary.
Well, Coach, you actually just mentioned it. You had to play 3 quarterbacks last year. Y'all went through a rash of injuries. What did that do last year to prepare you for this year, knowing that, at any given point you can have that next man step up for you?
Right. Last year with all, we had several injuries. Defensively we had a few. Offensively, I think all it did was prove to the kids that when we say that you're one play away, it's true. I mean, there's some years, in 2016, we started the same 22 players in game 1 that we did at Jordan-Hare against Ramsey, same 22 kids. So that year, we were liars. We weren't one play away. The kids weren't one play away because everybody started the whole year. And then last year, we had probably 6, 7, 8 key injuries of a kid that would be what we call a starter. At Opelika, we really don't have starters. They'll tell you that. You may play the first play and you're labeled a starter, but we have enough kids that play throughout the game that we call it playing to a standard. If you're good enough to play, then we're going to find something for you to do. But last year's injuries probably built a little bit of depth, especially at the quarterback position, because now they've actually been in a game on Friday and not just a Monday night JV game or a Thursday night middle school game. And then it also proved that, hey, at some point, 2 years ago, we're playing at Spanish Fort in the 3rd round, and we had to put a 10th grade corner in because the other kid was cramping. And we just threw him in. He had no clue he was going to play that night. In fact, he slept on the floor so one of our offensive linemen could sleep in the bed at a hotel room in Daphne. Because he said, look, I'm not going to play tomorrow, so I'm going to give you the bed. You're the starter. And so this kid gives up a bed, sleeps on the floor, and then it's the last drive of the game, and I can't find the corner, so I throw him in. And Coach Blackman's yelling at me, wondering why the kid's in the game. I said, because I can't find the other one. And we couldn't find Coach Murray either, so throw him under the bus too. But, yeah, just the fact of you're one play away.
Well, you talked about primarily focusing on the defense. What kind of expectations do you have for a lot of these guys? I know you're replacing a few of your DBs, a few people along the line, but what kind of expectations have you set? What's the tone that you're trying to pass along to them?
Really, it's just, every coach has been up here talking about the program, a process, and it's true. I mean, everybody has that within their program if you're a successful program. And we were talking today as we were practicing about just looking at some of our younger DBs coming up in the program. And I told Coach Murray, said, we're losing 2 senior corners again this year. So we've got 2 seniors that will step in and start for the first time and replacing 2 guys that started last year. And I said, Mike, we've never had a problem finding players to play DB around here. In 19 years, we've always had, we just don't know who they are yet. And so just the expectation of playing like these guys, watching them play on Friday night, is an 8th grader, 7th grader, 6th grader coming to the game. And then once you get up here, you know how to play, know how to act, and that's playing hard on every single play I'm in. Attitude and effort. We talk all the time. That's the only 2 things we control. And at Opelika, we're going to have great attitude on the field, and we're going to play with great effort. And if not, you're going to stand with me on the sideline.
Thank you, Coach. Can we move to Kate?
Yes, sir.
First off, congratulations committing to Sanford.
Thanks.
What went into that decision for you?
Academically, it made sense for me. I want to go to law school, and they're one of the best law schools in the state, and not to mention one of the best schools in the state. So that played a big factor in my decision. And football-wise, they fit my game. They throw the ball around a lot. I think one of their receivers actually this year had 73 receptions, which is, he's crazy. And that's what I love to do. I love to throw the ball, and here a little bit, we run the ball a lot more than we'll throw it, but it gets me excited that they'll throw the ball that much.
Well, last year, you being one of those primary quarterbacks, being the starter and having to deal with those injuries, what did you learn from that process when you were having to, prepare that next guy, from the sideline?
I learned how to be a better teammate. I learned how to be a better leader because, physically I couldn't do anything to help those guys. So really what went into my days when I was at practice was getting them mentally ready for, hey, when they show this, then you can check this. When they show this, you read this guy. So getting them mentally prepared and how to be a better teammate and a better leader on the sidelines when physically I couldn't help the team, but as a leader and mentally I could do all that I could to help them.
Well, stepping into the role again, as another starter, when you're developing a few new guys out there on the receiving corps, what's the biggest key to really getting that that camaraderie, getting that rhythm going with those guys?
Practice. It takes so much time to get that chemistry down. Like I told you earlier, me and Omar, we have the best chemistry out there, but we're also like the best of friends too. So it helps to develop a team, a good close relationship with all those guys. And a lot of times we'll throw on the weekends. I'll text them up and say, hey, we're gonna go throw tonight if y'all want to come. And just about every time everybody will show up. So I mean, it takes a lot of work, but it's very rewarding when we play on Friday nights.
Working through the summer and working with the offense, what's the thing you've liked the most on what you've seen?
Well, offensively, we're fast, and that helps a lot. Our team speed is always going to be up there. But the biggest part is we're tough, and we love playing together. Like you said, we have 34 seniors, so our class has been around a lot with each other. We've built a lot of great bonds. So not only do we love playing the game of football, but we love playing it together, and we look to play on into December this year. So.
Jaquan, your turn. Can you talk a little bit about the position switch, moving from defensive back to linebacker?
It was pretty easy for me because I'm like kind of a fast learner, and so it was not hard at all.
The defense, looking at the defense, looking around, what makes the defense strong this year? What is it that y'all do best?
Just playing together and just making just saying that it doesn't matter like how old or the age or anything like that. All of us can be leaders and all of us can play together and just making plays and just smiling and being happy. Don't go out there hesitating and stuff like that.
Well, one thing you've had is the consistency in coaching and everything else. Coach Beekman there for forever, pretty much. How much does that help? The consistency.
Because it's real good because nothing changes. It's all the same.
Coach mentioned some offers that you got. Where are you looking at, and what schools have reached out to you so far?
I have offers from Jacksonville State, North Alabama, Austin P, and Alabama A&M. But right now I'm just looking at Jacksonville State and Austin P.
Does that weigh on you at all heading into your last year, or are you just more focused on making sure that it's the best senior year possible?
Just focusing on senior year, just win state champ with my team and stuff like that. Not really focusing on committing right now.
Jaquan, the last couple of years, the defense has pitched 4 shutouts and held teams to just barely over 2 touchdowns on an average. You only allowed one team to score more than 21 points last year in the regular season. What does that body of work really say to the team, say about that unit?
Just that we play hard and that we're tough, and that when we get shut out, we get pizzas on Mondays and stuff like that, and that's what we love.
What kind of pizza you get?
Cheese or meat lover, stuff like that, pepperoni.
When did that all start up?
I'm guessing it's been around forever.
It hits my pocketbook. Hey, but I don't mind.
Looking at the rest of what you have as far as the unit goes on the front 7, what are you looking at mostly from that group of guys that you're going to be leading out?
We've been playing together for a long time, so I feel like everything's going to be pretty good. I mean, everybody play fast, everybody physical, so we're going to make plays this year, all year long.
When you played Knoxville down in Troy, they scored quickly on you, but you shut them down. What made the difference?
Just like that doesn't faze us. Like, we just go to the next play. That's all we're working on is the next play. We don't care about the last play, what happened. We just work on the next play.
All right, I think that's about. I will say, Coach McCracken's story, I heard that he's been known or was known to answer the phone with an eraser and talk to the eraser by mistake. He's that focused too.
Yes, it's
Coach Beekman, Opelika, good luck this year. We appreciate it. Thank y'all all for tuning in to High School Football Media Days. We'll continue with some more coverage here in just a few moments.
I got your shirts are down at Rayner's place getting the O put on them, so I'll text you when he.
Okay, we're back at Southern Union. We're about to wrap up. We're in the Southern Room, the 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. And would like to, first of all, say to Coach Eric Speakman, congratulations. I know that this has been a dream of yours. And I know that what you said is absolutely true. If Brian had stayed here 7, 10 more years, you would have too, as a DC.
Yes, and thank you, and that is true. You know, just being a great place to work and a great place to raise your family. And I tell everybody that you know, we only get, if you're lucky, you get 15 Friday nights a year to play. So what are you going to do with the other Friday nights? And you know, you better live in a town that you can raise your family and have a great church to go to and a place, a great school system. I have 5 children, so I've done my job to fill up the schools. So I need to make sure we're at a place that I can put them in a school system, and this is a great place.
So one of the things that that a lot of schools are starting to go through is what Opelika went through a couple of years ago when AHSAA created 7A. Your most traditional rival now was in a different classification, and you had to play them at the first of the year. How does that affect you? I mean, because Lynette and Lafayette are having to do that this year for the first time.
I actually like it. I've been here this will be my 19th Auburn Opelika game, and back in when we were playing them last, and there was usually a region championship on the line, and it seemed like there was a little bit more. I don't know if animosity is the right word, but it was a little more chippy back then.
Right.
And then when they moved to 7A, we stayed 6A, and Coach Carter, when Tim was there and Brian, we looked at the schedule and said we didn't want to play week 10.
Right.
And we really didn't want to play week 1 because you always like to have at least one game under your belt before playing Auburn, obviously. So we always said, well, let's just play week 2. And it seems to have worked better for both teams because it's almost like you get it out of the way.
Right.
And it's a huge game, but yet it doesn't determine anything that either one of us will do during the season. So it's almost like, both of us are going to make a lot of money to start the year, and then the game's over, and whoever wins, the other guy loses, and then we move on. Whereas in the past, if you lost, you were probably second, third, fourth in your region.
Right.
And if you won, you were probably first. And so now it has no bearing on region play, and it's kind of nice just to almost, I hate to say this, but get it over with.
So you also not only have to play 7A Auburn, and I say have to, it's a great game for both communities.
Yes.
But you have another one of the 7A powerhouses on the schedule every year in Central, and they're coming to Opelika this year. How do you rate those two games and let the kids know, hey, these are big games, but they don't mean a thing to us going into the playoffs?
Right.
I know the goal is to be undefeated.
Yes, and when we take those games, we'll always play those two schools as long as they'll play us. It's good for us. It's basically when you play those two teams, it's the equivalent of playing a third-round 6A team.
Right.
So if we can ever get to the third round, then we've seen teams like that. It's not going to be a surprise when you play Spanish Fort in the third round, or a Saraland or Daphne or whoever we end up playing in Mobile, because it always goes through Mobile.
Right.
But you've seen the Auburns, you've seen the Centrals, we've seen speed, we've seen big kids, so it's nothing new for our kids. And then they grow up playing those guys from 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade. In fact, our league this year includes Valley in our middle school league. It's going to be 4 teams, 3 from the Georgia line, and then Valley, and then the 4 teams in this area. So those kids have grown up playing each other. They would look at me like I was crazy if I said we're not going to play Auburn and Central anymore.
Yeah.
And then the money aspect for whoever has the home game, that's your money game of the year.
Right.
All right, Coach, we got a new thing this year coming up, replay. Are you all going to use it?
We are. We are one of the schools that is going to try it, and I don't know when our system will come in. I was actually coaching in the All-Star game last week in Montgomery, and they told us that they want us to challenge, and both challenges that we did, the play stood. So I'm sitting there thinking, well,
0 for 2, huh?
Yes, 0 for 2 already, and it wasn't the deal where it was that they didn't have enough video evidence type deal, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, it'll be neat to see.
Do you like it?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
I don't know yet.
Well, if it comes down to one of those plays late in a very important game,
that's when everybody will
and you haven't used those already.
Yes,
and I really can't see you just throwing the red flag out there for no reason at all.
No, you only get 2. So, and if you lose it, you lose a timeout, and if you don't have a timeout, it's a delay of game penalty.
Right.
So there's a punishment if you run out of challenges, but for the cost of the thing, I'll tell you this, since y'all will be at our games, if I haven't used my 2, I may use them if somebody's kneeling down to end the game, because we need to get our money's worth out of this
thing. I know that listening to Savarese and this morning that they're hoping that they'll be able to, over the next 2 or 3 years, get a lot of video coverage.
Right.
And, of course, he's hoping that there won't be any overturns.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, is to have nothing overturned. And our officials are really good. I mean, those plays last week when we were kind of testing it, were on the other sideline. So it was one of those deals of, and of course in that game we didn't have anybody upstairs to really see what was happening. This was more of us on one sideline looking over, and it was a test. So it was Aubrey Blackwell's the head coach of Catholic. He was the head coach in the game, and he looked at me and said, "You want to challenge that?" I said, "Yeah, let's just try it and see what happens."
So how's that going to work? I know this is all new, but are you going to rely on your coaches up in the booth to say, "Hey, let's challenge it"?
Yeah,
or?
we'll have, and you have to do it really quick, especially
Right.
if you're on defense, because the offense on the other side of the field is going to dictate how quick the next plays run. If we're on offense, we'll have a system where we might slow it down. If it's a play that we think we might want to review, then Jonathan will just know, hey, don't run a play yet. Let's see what happens.
Right.
Because we have the video replay upstairs already for our coaches on iPads, so they may be able to take a look. And of course the clock's running, and but obviously on defense, it's going to have to be something that we really think was, if it's a play on the other sideline, we'll probably wouldn't do it. Just afraid to lose that challenge.
And how many cameras do you think you'll have?
We will use 2.
Okay.
You pay per camera, and it's a price. It's a setup price, and then you pay per camera. So next year it'll actually be cheaper, but we'll just use the 2 cameras that we already have for our coaches' video anyway.
One of the things that I like about it is that it's a 2-minute limit.
Yes.
Not like some of these college games that it goes on and on and on and on. Especially like in baseball this year, Auburn had a couple of games that. It went on for 20 minutes, and how disruptive that would be to a game.
Especially the flow of the game, or if you're on offense and you've got a drive going, and then all of a sudden they're over there for 5-6 minutes trying to figure it out. So it'll be good to have a 2-limit.
Don't be surprised though in the third round playoff game that 2 minutes turns into about 6 or 7.
Yeah, if it now,
a good call.
And I don't think any coach would care if it's in a third round game, with what's on the line in those games, because I know there's been some calls in our past that we wish we would have had replay, and I'm sure some other teams will say the same thing. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes, and it'll always be good. And our state is always on the forefront of anything, for athletics. The state of Alabama and Coach Savar and his group, we're always on the front end. You'd be surprised if you ever go to a meeting in Montgomery at how many different state organizations come to us for ideas that we're already doing. The Super 7 being at Tuscaloosa and Auburn.
Well,
now
Savar is on his way to New Orleans right now to give a talk about just some of this same stuff.
And Texas comes to us with a lot of our ideas. So if Texas is coming to you, then you're doing something right.
Something right.
So let's talk X's and O's for just a minute. You're going to have a pretty good offense this year, but the meat of the team will be a very strong defense. How do you think the defense compares this year to last year?
A lot of the same kids you'll see out there. We lost a few kids on the back end, some seniors, defensive backs. But back in 2012, we kind of came up with a plan that we would start playing kids, and really it was a team that played us had done the same thing. We looked out there, and there were some kids that we thought, man, why is that kid in the game? Well, the reason he was in the game was to give the other kid a break, and that coach was not afraid to put a kid in. Whereas in the past, we might have said, he's not ready yet. Well, now, we're not going to wait till you're completely ready, because we'll never know you're ready till you're in there.
Right.
And so what we made a commitment to in 2012 was playing any kid. We'll have different packages, and the kid may only play 6 snaps a game, but 6 snaps over 10 games is 60 plays.
Right.
As a sophomore. Well, that's a whole football game, and not wait until they're juniors or seniors and having to start. So you guys sitting there watching are going to see a lot of the same kids playing. They've been in our system now since middle school. So when we go out and we talk football to them, it's like a language. They understand the words we use, meaning different meanings for different things, and it's not brand new to them. And what we did this summer, just to give you a good example of this, we did our June workouts. We did 2 separate groups. We did an older group, which is kind of our starters, the kids that'll play a lot, and then we did a young group, and that was basically a lot of 10th graders and 9th graders. Well, they practiced together. So our coaches actually did 2-a-days. The kids came in for 1 session, but our coaches had to coach 2-a-days all during June. And our first group, you're popping along, running play after play after play, because they know what we're doing. And then that younger group, we went slower. We've actually practiced longer with them. And so what we did is we took those 10th graders and 9th graders, and they got the same exact reps that the varsity kids got. So the 1s and the 2s got the same reps as the 3s, 4s, and in some cases 5 kids.
Good.
Well, the thing that does for your program is now the kid gets home and the parent says, what'd you do at practice today? Well, I actually played.
Yeah.
Well, in the past, and Coach Blackman and I 2 years ago kind of started talking about doing this, and And then so we implemented it this year, and we usually have a deal at Opelika. If we're going to try something new, we give it 2 to 3 weeks. If we don't like it, we scrap it, go back to the old way. Well, the coaches are like, man, this is actually pretty good. And so now the kids are getting home, and instead of saying, well, I just stood on the sideline all day today, I didn't do a thing. We lifted weights, and then I stood there and watched everybody else. Well, those kids are actually getting to play and or practice during the day and learning what we want out of them. And it's really, that second group was kind of a base. Just this is the fundamentals that we want, the base offense, base defense, and then we can grow it from there as they get older.
Now, I heard you up there in the podium say that Jonathan Chandler's going to run the offense.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you going to still run the defense?
I will still run the defense and call the game. And there was one game since I've been the coordinator, we had a child, and then I ended up having this crazy ear thing that was similar to vertigo.
Right.
And this was back, I can't remember what year, 2013, maybe 2014, I can't remember. But Brian just told me, look, y'all are having a baby, just take the week off. And so I'd come to the game and watch, and I'm just standing there not knowing what's going on. Adam Massey's calling the game, and Brian's helping him a little bit. And I told him after the game, I said, I will never do that again, because I might as well have bought a $7 ticket and sat up there in the bleachers. So I'd always said, if I ever become a head coach, I'll still be really involved with the defense, call it. I love studying offenses and what they do. And we've got a great coaching staff on the defensive side of guys that have been together now for this will be our 8th season with no change. So
that's great.
So they know what we want. They know what their job is. Like on our Sunday meetings are real smooth because everybody now knows this is what I have to do. We get in there, we knock out a game plan, we leave when everybody feels good about it. There's no set time on those things. But my last question is, does everybody feel good about this? And if there's anything on the board, then we'll discuss it. But usually now, everybody's like, I feel really good about what we're doing. And those guys have so much input in it anyway that, we just piece it all together. And then on Friday, they're giving me information. And really the work is done on Sunday and Monday of the plan. So, it's not just me picking out random stuff. It's, planned out through the week with those guys' help.
Okay.
Talk to us a little bit about summer workouts. I know that I noticed that you tweeted many times through the summer some of the guys that were winning some of the contests that you had, and it's pretty neat to have the guys have an opportunity to compete with each other.
Yeah, we do. That's one thing that we've always done at Opelika is have the kids compete, and because every day everybody talks about football and life and jobs and all that stuff. I mean, eventually every day you go to work, you're going to compete against somebody. And if you don't do your job, your replacement's going to. So that's what we try to instill in these guys is every day, even though it's a game and it's football, we're going to teach you how to compete in everything we do. And we do that through the summer. Ben Landers does a dominant dog program that we take our seniors and divide them up, and they'll partner up with another senior or two, depending on how many we have. And they actually draft a team of underclassmen. And that's what you're seeing is those teams are competing against each other, and it's community service. It's going and helping at the Miracle League. It's grades. They get points for grades. So you'll see us around town with different groups, and what it does is it makes the seniors have to take accountability for the underclassmen and get them involved. And then we'll give them gift cards to different restaurants and do some different things for them.
Good. I like some of these ideas.
Yes.
That's good.
Well, we really appreciate you spending time with us today. I know that you've got a busy schedule, and being the head coach now, it's a lot different than it was in the past.
When's practice start?
August 6th. The kids, we finished our last workout this morning at about 8:45. We start at 6. And everybody looks at you like you can get 100 teenagers up there. I said, well, they have the choice. I'll go at 7, 8, whenever they want to do it. But if at Opelika at about 9:15, the sun is getting just above the press box.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So our kids have always enjoyed coming up there in the morning. It's cool. A lot of our kids work, so they're gone by about 8:30 every morning, 9 o'clock at the latest. And we get good work in the 3 hours. They know if they'll come in and work hard, then we'll get them out of there. They go back home and either go to sleep, go work, do whatever they need to do. But we finished that up today, and then they'll be off all of next week, and then we'll start back August 6th.
Back to the grind.
Yes, sir.
Well, once again, we congratulations on being the head coach at Opelika High School, and we look forward to another great season.
Yes, sir.
And the continuity is something that we're really proud of too. And I know that this is a job that you've wanted. I'm so proud that
Well,
you
thank
got
you.
it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun year.
And go Dogs.
Go Dogs, yes, sir.
Give us a
Good to
call
see
on
y'all.
Friday
yes,
night.
sir.
Then,
We definitely
okay?
will. Thank y'all.
Thanks, Coach.
And so we're wrapping things up here at Southern Union in the Southern Room. This has been a great couple of days for the Kicker 97.7 High School Media Days, presented to us by the Orthopedic Clinic, Gentry Ware, Guthrie's, Watson Brothers, Patio and Hearth, and First South Farm Credit. Thank you all for listening. So long.